तो कहीं ना कहीं जो आरोप लग रहे हैं और परिवार का जो बैकग्राउंड है कि 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे जिन्होंने नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया और उन्हीं के ऊपर जो एक पेपर खरीदने के आरोप लग रहे हैं, उसी कड़ी में अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट करती हुई नजर आ रही है। और ये घर देखकर, जिस तरीके का घर है, आसपास के घर देखेंगे तो इतने लग्जरी घर आपको यहाँ पर नहीं मिलेंगे, इतने बड़े एरिया में बने हुए घर आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश का घर की तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखाई। परिवार तो हालांकि ये बोल रहा है कि सब साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से फैक्ट्स निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो चीजें हैं वो निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं कि कैसे गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से वो पेपर जो है वो खरीदा गया और उसके बाद कैसे अगले ही दिन सीकर जाकर वो पेपर जो है वो बेटे को दिया गया और बेटे के दोस्त को दिया गया, जिसके बाद जो मामला है वो प्रकरण प्रकाश में आया। और फ्रंट से आप देखेंगे घर के बाहर कच्ची पक्की सड़क और ये घर की बाउंड्री शुरू होती है और पीछे तक ये जो घर है वो आपको इसी तरीके से नजर आएगा। हालांकि अब क्राइम ब्रांच इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है और एसओजी ने जिस तरीके से इस पूरे मामले में दोनों को डिटेन किया था और उसी कड़ी में सीबीआई ने अब कस्टडी लेकर जिस तरीके से हैंडओवर किया गया इस पूरे मामले में, आखिरकार वो पहला शख्स कौन जिसके जरिए ये जो पूरा पेपर बाहर निकला, और उसी बेसिस पर आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो हर एंगल पर, हर राज्य तक पहुंचती हुई नजर आ रही है।
Right, viewers, as we continue to expose these neat cheats, we also spoke to the family members of these accused, Mangiwal and Dinesh. Take a listen.
मांगीवाल की पत्नी है?
हाँ, उनकी पत्नी।
क्या हुआ था? पुलिस जब आई थी तो कुछ बताया था क्यों उनको ले जा रहे हैं?
पुलिस का पता नहीं मेरे को, पुलिस आई थी कि कौन आई थी पता नहीं मेरे को, पुलिस आई थी कि कौन आई थी। 2 लोग आए थे पहले, तो आ गए थे घर पे, बोल रहे थे कि हमको मांगीलाल से मिलना है। उन्होंने कुछ बताया नहीं। मैंने पूछा मैं कि क्या बात है, कौन हो आप? कि हम उनसे मिलना है, हमको बुलाया उन्होंने मिलने के लिए। तो वो भी आए और सोते हुए मेरे हस्बैंड को, और फिर 2 आदमी आए पहले, तो फिर 10-15 लोग आ गए उनके साथ। मैं कि कौन हो, क्या है, क्या मामला है, बताओ तो सही हमको। तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया कि मैम बाद में बताएंगे, अभी हम इनको लेके जा रहे हैं। मैं कि आप कहाँ लेके जा रहे हो इनको? कि बाद में बताएंगे, अभी पता नहीं, हम कुछ बता नहीं सकते। कुछ नहीं बताया उन लोगों ने।
आरोप लग रहे हैं कि पेपर उन्होंने खरीदा, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर खरीदा, गुरुग्राम के यश यादव नाम के शख्स से पेपर खरीदा।
ये सब झूठी है, साजिश कर रहे हैं मेरे पति के खिलाफ। ये सब कुछ नहीं पता मेरे को इस चीज के बारे में।
आपके परिवार के दूसरे बच्चों ने भी नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया?
मेरे जेठ के 2 बच्चे करे हैं और दूसरे परिवार कौन है? मेरा जेठ है, उनके मतलब वो तो गुजर गए बेचारे, और उनकी 2 बेटियां वो सिलेक्ट हुई थी, और मेरे 2 बच्चे हैं जो सिलेक्ट हुए हैं।
कभी घर में पढ़ाई को लेकर या इन पेपर्स को लेकर चर्चा हुई आप लोगों के बीच में?
नहीं भैया, हमारे तो कुछ भी चर्चा कौन नहीं, यही बार हम कहीं भी कौन नहीं।
28 या 29 तारीख को कोई सीकर गया था आपके परिवार से?
नहीं भैया, हम तो पहले ही आ गए छा उधर से। हम तो कोई 24-25 तारीख नहीं आ गए छो, खाली कर कुरूर कर। अच्छा। मैं आखा तो कोई कौन गया?
उसके बाद कोई नहीं गया?
कोई नहीं गया हमारा तो।
विकास आपके परिवार का जो बच्चा है वो पढ़ता है सीकर में?
नहीं, कौन पढ़ा? वह भी पढ़ाई करे, जब सिलेक्ट हो जब आगो, वह भी कौन बुके पढ़ाई में चा, कॉलेज में कोड़ी में।
अच्छा,
यही छो कौन।
तो अब जो आरोप लग रहे हैं उसको आप लोग किस तरीके से देख रहे हैं कि आपके ने 30 लाख रुपए में खरीदा और उसके बाद खुद सीकर जाकर दूसरे लोगों को भी दिया?
सब ये कुछ नहीं पता है मेरे को, सब साजिश रच रहे हैं। ये ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं आया, ना कुछ हुआ हमारे साथ, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है हमारा।
क्या करते हैं आपके
मामले में? कोई हाथ नहीं है हमारा।
आपके पति का व्यवसाय क्या है, कामकाज क्या करते हैं?
प्रॉपर्टी डीलर है।
अच्छा, किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लिए भी कार्यकर्ता हैं, जुड़े हुए हैं किसी राजनीतिक पार्टी से?
नहीं, मेरे हस्बैंड कुछ किसी से नहीं जुड़े ऐसे।
अच्छा, दिनेश जुड़े हुए हैं क्या बीजेपी से?
अब ये पता नहीं इनका भी जुड़े हैं कि नहीं जुड़े, ये मेरे को अच्छे से पता नहीं।
मंत्री को लेकर तमाम जो फोटोज हैं वो आ रही हैं।
अब मेरे को तो ये तो पता नहीं है भाई। देखो, मेरे देवर भी वही हैं, प्रॉपर्टी डीलर ही हैं, और कुछ नहीं है मेरे देवर।
शिक्षा मंत्री आपके घर पे आए हैं क्या?
कभी कौन आया हमारा घर? तो मैं तो जानू भी कौन। देखो,
जयपुर के जमवा रामगढ़ में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। मांगीवाल और दिनेश को एसओजी ने डिटेन किया, जो कि अब जांच सीबीआई कर रही है, तो सीबीआई को हैंडओवर कर दिया गया है। उन्हीं के घर में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है और दिनेश की पत्नी इस वक्त में हमारे साथ है। क्या नाम है आपका?
रजनी।
रजनी जी, कब आई थी एसओजी और क्या कुछ हुआ, क्या देखा आपने?
मैंने देखा कि भी राम ऐसे बोल रहे थे, भाई हमारा आपका ना मेरे को ये रेंट पे लेना है।
तो बोला भाई रेंट पे लेना है तो भैया हम बुला देंगे, अभी आप नीचे ही रहो, ऐसे चढ़े क्यों जा रहे हो। तो भाई हमको रेंट पे लेना, इनको रेंट पे लेना है तो बुला लो आप। तो फिर बुला लिए। तो फिर मैंने बोला आ जाएंगे नीचे, क्या है क्या नहीं है, हमको तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है वो क्या है कौन नहीं है। अच्छा। तो उन्होंने बुलाया ऊपर ही, ऐसे बोल दिया बस। कुछ नहीं पता हमारे को हो रहा है उसके बाद।
तो दोनों को ले गए, आपके पति को भी और
पति को यहाँ से नहीं लेके गए, बाहर से लिए उनको शायद। हाँ।
आरोप बताए क्यों ले जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने कुछ बताया?
कुछ भी नहीं बताया उन्होंने।
अच्छा, जो आरोप अब लग रहे हैं कि उन्होंने पेपर लीक किया, गुरुग्राम के एक शख्स से खरीदा 30 लाख रुपए में नीट का पेपर।
मैं नहीं मानती इस चीज को, बिल्कुल भी नहीं मानती मैं। बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता मुझे, और ना मेरा आदमी ऐसा है ना मेरा बच्चा ऐसा है, कुछ ही नहीं पता मुझे।
कहाँ पढ़ता है आपका बेटा?
पढ़ता है ना सीकर में, पढ़ा के लाई हूँ मैं खुद।
सीकर में नीट की ही तैयारी कर रहा है?
हाँ हाँ।
अच्छा, तो आपके क्या परिवार के कुछ और बच्चे भी इस तरीके से नीट की तैयारी करके सरकारी कॉलेज में पढ़ रहे हैं?
नहीं सरकारी में नहीं है।
नीट की तैयारी उन्होंने
हाँ की थी। हाँ नीट की तैयारी सभी करते हैं सब। हमारे बच्चों भी कर लिए, तो क्या हो गया।
तो अभी कहाँ पढ़ रहे हैं आपके बच्चे?
अभी तो नहीं, अभी तो पढ़ रहे हैं, अब लेंगे कोचिंग भाई पढ़ाने के लिए, बच्चों तैयारी करेंगे।
जेठ के भी 3 बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने नीट का पेपर क्लियर
हाँ क्लियर।
तो वो कहाँ पे अभी पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं?
ना पढ़ाई। अभी मेरे को पता नहीं है कौन कौन सी जगह है, मैं तो पढ़ी लिखी तो हूँ नहीं जो मेरे को गाँवों का पता रहे, मुझे पता नहीं है।
अच्छा, तो आपके पति क्या काम करते हैं, उनका व्यवसाय क्या है?
अच्छा है उनका व्यवसाय,
क्या काम करते हैं?
ये प्रॉपर्टी डीलर है, ये फाइनेंस का काम है इनका।
किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से वो जुड़े हुए हैं?
अब जुड़े हुए तो ये तो पता नहीं है, मैं तो कुछ जानती नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मैं पढ़ी लिखी तो हूँ नहीं जो मैं कुछ जानती थी। पॉलिटिक्स मैं तो कुछ भी नहीं जानती, पॉलिटिक्स जानती ना कोई नेतागिरी जानती, मैं तो कुछ नहीं जानती।
कभी किसी क्वेश्चन पेपर के बारे में घर में चर्चा होती थी, बच्चों की पढ़ाई को लेकर कोई चर्चा होती थी?
कुछ ही नहीं है, हमारे तो पढ़ते थे और बस याद करते थे।
आरोप लग रहे हैं कि उन्होंने पेपर खरीदा और उसके बाद अपने खुद जाके बेटे को दिया, 29 तारीख को उनको पेपर मिल गया।
यहाँ का ही कौन है, खुद जाके दिया और फलाना, कुछ ही नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है सर।
28-29 तारीख को कहाँ थे आपके पति? घर पर ही थे या वो सीकर गए थे?
All right, here's breaking news coming in. A big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister Hantavirus Sharma on day one. Now he's talked about implementing a uniform civil code. In fact, now we're given to understand that this is a big decision taken on the UCC being implemented, while tribal, including both hill and plain areas, will be exempted from the UCC implementation in Assam. Now, this will be introduced on May 26th in the Assam Legislative Assembly. And this is the big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister, the newly elected Chief Minister, Hantavirus Sharma, who's now on his second consecutive term in Assam. He's taken a big decision on Uniform Civil Code. The bill will be introduced in the Assembly on May 26th. Now, the crucial point is that tribal areas, including both hill and plain areas, will be exempted from the implementation of UCC. All right, in fact, more crucial points are now emerging as we continue to report on these developments. Now, religious practices and rituals will be kept outside the ambit of UCC in Assam when we talk about its implementation, while tribal areas, including both hill and plain areas, will also be exempted. Now, the bill will be introduced in the Assembly of Assam on May 26th. Now, this is a crucial and a big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister. Now, this was what BJP also promised in its Assam manifesto, and now the Chief Minister has got to action on day one. In fact, he talks about the implementation of a UCC. The bill will now be introduced in the Assembly on May 26th. Two big takeaways. First is that tribal areas, including both hill and plain areas, will be exempted from the implementation of UCC, while the religious practices and rituals will also be kept outside the ambit of UCC. Now, that's the big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister. My colleague Amrita also joins me with more details on this. Amrita, take us through this big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister on the implementation of UCC.
That's right, Ishita. This is the first action taken by Assam's Chief Minister in his second term, Himanta Biswa Sarma, as his manifesto promised to include the UCC, to enforce the UCC, and he has in fact introduced the UCC in the Assam Assembly as his first line of action. We know that he was very strong against many of the illegal infiltration during his campaigning. He was also very stringent on the demographic changes. He's speaking exclusively to Republic. He also mentioned that, and it was one of his major election campaign focus as well. And now with the UCC set to be introduced in the Assam Assembly, and he also has the numbers for it, securing clearly above the two-third majority, and he does have the number. And now he is set to, in fact, introduce the UCC. And as you also mentioned, there are some restrictions and exceptions. With this regard, we are getting reports that tribals will be exempted from the Uniform Civil Code in Assam, and also other religious practices and rituals will be kept outside of the UCC. So, as you know, UCC will be enforced mostly with the alimony, with the marriage codes, and some of the other civil proceedings and codes that will now be in one common uniform code in Assam. As of now, it remains to be seen how it will be unfolded, although he has put in place some exceptions for the tribals and other religious rituals as of now. Ishita.
All right, Amrita, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all the details about Assam Chief Minister's big decision on day one regarding the implementation of UCC. And now more breaking developments coming in. In fact, let's cut across to Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Ajir cabinet বৈঠকৰ সিদ্ধান্তসমূহ বা আমি যি ধৰণে আলাপ আলোচনা কৰিলো চৰকাৰখনে এক প্ৰকাৰ আজিৰে পৰা দায়িত্ব গ্ৰহণ কৰিলে এনেকুৱা এটা বাৰ্তাও আমি প্ৰেৰণ কৰিব বিচাৰিছো অৱশ্যে মন্ত্ৰীসমূহৰ দপ্তৰ এতিয়াও আমি ঘোষণা কৰা নাই খুব সোনকালে আমি দপ্তৰ ঘোষণা কৰিম আৰু ৰাতিপুৱা মই সংবাদ মাধ্যমত কোৱাৰ দৰে বিধানসভাৰ অধিৱেশনৰ পৰৱৰ্তী সময়ত মন্ত্ৰীসভাখনৰ পূৰ্ণাংগ সম্প্ৰসাৰণ
Breaking news development coming in. Our government of the day is pushing for more austerity measures across the board to conserve fuel. Now, this comes following a Prime Minister's big appeal to all the citizens of the country. And we're looking at several ministers, top ministers as well, cutting down on the convoy size. It has done by the Prime Minister, Home Minister, Defence Minister, the Transport Minister as well. And now there's a letter issued by the Transport Ministry urging for people to save fuel and to cut down on their transport by at least 50%. Now, they have cut down on their convoy size. In fact, Transport Minister says Nitin Gadkari, he will be travelling by bus. So, as he now announces these measures, he's also urging the citizens to cut down on their transport and to use a public transport to save fuel. Now we are looking at austerity measures kicking in across the board. You have the top ministers, right from Prime Minister, Defence Minister, Transport Minister to even Home Minister, cutting down on their convoy size. And now Transport Ministry also issuing a letter asking for a 50% reduction in convoy size. The letter, in fact, cites energy security and traffic management. Now, this is a letter coming in from the Transport Ministry following Prime Minister Modi's war appeals. In fact, my colleague Amrita joins me with more details on this. Amrita, take us through the latest directions coming in from the Transport Ministry. This comes following this, the cut down we have seen in different ministers' convoy size as well.
That's right, Ishita. I have in my hand the letter issued by the Union Transport Minister, Nitin Gadkari, and I will read out some of the major key points that he has mentioned, saying that starting from May 14 and 15, the tour program that has been enclosed, as advised by the Prime Minister, it is essential to reduce the consumption of fuel and for transportation purposes in the interest of national energy security. And it also mentions that hence I have decided to undertake travel by bus, as he says, along with accompanying officers, journalists and security personnel, which will also facilitate better traffic management and public convenience. They are also, Ishita, pushing for use of public transportation, including union ministers. They will be traveling by bus and other public transport to conserve fuel consumption and also to secure energy security of the country. And this letter particularly also mentions, in view of the above, it is requested that the number of vehicles in the convoy for most of the chief ministers and other VVIPs as well may kindly be reduced to 50% of the usual deployment during the tour. This is a major directive now issued by the Transport Ministry, and this comes after Prime Minister Modi has directed that his convoy be reduced by 50%, that he will now be traveling with 50% less of a convoy to conserve fuel, as he announced the austerity measures on fuel conservation. And not just that, Ishita, we have also many reports coming in from the major BJP chief ministers of several states, including UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and Rekha Gupta and Gujarat Chief Minister as well, saying that they will also be traveling by public transport and will be reducing their convoy by 50%. Back to you, Ishita.
Right, Amrita. So we are looking at austerity measures kicking in across the board. Not just the top ministers, but also chief ministers of several states have now decided to cut down on their convoy size and to use public transport to save fuel. In fact, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. All right, we are slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, getting you all the details about the Neet leak operation, how Republic exposes what's happening outside the NTA office and exposes the chats between the buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for Neet 2026 UG. All the updates lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth. Class up शुरू होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous. If Beijing stops buying from Iran to please the United States, it will immediately move to the Russian and Saudi Arabian markets to replace those 1.5 million barrels. India currently relies on Russia for nearly 40% of its total oil imports. If a giant like China suddenly moves its massive buying power into the Russian market, the special discounts India currently enjoys will vanish overnight. India would be forced into a bidding war against a country with an economy 5 times larger and 10 times the storage capacity. This shift is exactly why this meeting could cause India's fuel prices to skyrocket and effectively cut off its supply lines. Another major risk involves the United States' trade goals. The core objective for US at this summit is to reduce its massive trade deficit with Beijing. A primary American demand is for China to commit to buying massive quantities of US liquefied natural gas and crude oil. If Xi Jinping agrees to this multi-billion-dollar purchase of American energy, Trump may grant China a quiet, informal exemption regarding its use of dark fleets and non-dollar payment systems to buy whatever remaining Middle Eastern oil it needs. This creates a situation where India becomes the only major power actually making a sacrifice to follow the
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Republic accesses WhatsApp chat between the buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for Neet 2026 UG. Question papers for the medical entrance exam leaked using advanced technologies including a shadow server, sophisticated telegram network and portable scanners. Mulam Singh Yadav's sons Prateek Yadav found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. As per sources, Prateek was suffering from depression and was getting treatment done. CM Vijay drops astrologer Ricky Radhan Pandit from OST post amid opposition heat. Vijay passes floor test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly. Welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus. Now, days after Prime Minister Modi's austerity call to the nation, several ministers nationwide have now initiated cuts in their personal convoys, adhering to the curbs suggested by the Prime Minister. Now, Prime Minister Modi himself has cut down his convoy size in Gujarat and Assam immediately after his speech in Hyderabad as well. Now, according to reports, the Prime Minister has also asked electric vehicles to be included in his convoy at the moment, where you're also looking at other ministers following suit. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also made changes to his convoy size and was seen travelling with just 5 cars in his convoy. In fact, you also have other top ministers, including Finance Minister, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, all of them cutting down their convoy size following Prime Minister's war appeal. And today also you have the Transport Ministry issuing a letter asking for the convoy size to be cut down by 50%, wherein the Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari himself has suggested that he will be travelling by bus. So you have all the top union ministers in the Modi cabinet now cutting down on their convoy size, and not just that. Also, the chief ministers of several states, including Yogi Adityanath, Devendra Fadnavis, they have come out cutting down on their convoy size and also using public transport. All this while appealing the public as well to use public transport and to conserve fuel. So we are looking at austerity measures kicking in across the board, right from the Prime Minister, union ministers, as well as state chief ministers. Now, on your screen, you can see Prime Minister Modi, in fact, cutting down on his convoy size. It has not just come down to 2 cars in his convoy. Now, on your screen is the visual of Prime Minister Modi's convoy taken after his war appeal to the nation. As you can see on your screen, the convoy has now been cut down to just about 2 cars. It is a measure to save fuel and to urge public as well to go for fuel conservation and to use public transport. Now, this is a visual of Prime Minister Modi's convoy, just scaled down to about 2 cars as he urges the nation to now conserve fuel. So we are looking at austerity measures kicking in across the board, right from Prime Minister, who scaled down his convoy to just about 2 cars, 2 union ministers, including Defence Minister, Finance Minister, as well as Transport Minister, all cutting down the size of their convoys as well. Now, these are visuals on your screen showing you how Prime Minister's convoy has now been scaled down to just about 2 cars as austerity measures kick in. In fact, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor also joins me with more details on this. Abhishek, we are looking at Prime Minister setting an example for what he's urging the nation to do right now to save fuel and to use public transport. His convoy itself has been cut down to just about 2 cars.
Well, yes, these are pictures from earlier in the morning when Prime Minister arrived at his Seva Tirth office from his residence at 7 LKM in just 2 cars, and that was around 11 AM. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of substantive cut that's been made in his convoy, which typically stood at about 15 cars earlier, 13 to 15 cars, depending on exigencies, security requirements, etc. The Prime Minister, in fact, made his first appeal to the nation in his Hyderabad speech a few days back. Subsequently, he has made 2 visits, Ishita, one to Gujarat, the other to Assam. And in both the visits, his convoy was cut down to roughly half. Prime Minister's instructions were that apart from security requirements, the other cars that are part of the convoy as part of protocol, those should be removed or cut in numbers. So, for example, many of the officials that accompany the PM carcade whenever he arrives in a state capital, those were removed. Many of the officers were made to carpool. And so the appeal that the Prime Minister made to the nation, he himself implemented in the first 2 visits outside Delhi. And today we are seeing these pictures where he's just come from his residence to office. So he thought that maybe even that big security, convoy that generally accompanies is not needed in the given circumstances. So only 2 cars there in the pictures. We have seen how, taking cue from the Prime Minister, other BJP leaders, ministers, including both Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and half a dozen odd chief ministers across the country, and we will see perhaps this getting replicated across all the 2022 states following this lead by the Prime Minister and cut down their convoys, because that's something which was picking up social media chatter, that while the Prime Minister is appealing to the nation, these chief ministers, and given the fact that BJP now rules 22 states, many of them, majority of them actually from the BJP, are still using those long carcades whenever they travel outside of those capitals. So I think what we are seeing is Prime Minister, they're leading by example, and many of the BJP leaders following. Hopefully this would, go to opposition-ruled states also, given the fact that that seems like what's required. And Prime Minister, of course, with that appeal, signaling that this is just a beginning. There would be much more coming by way of austerity measures that the government would be announcing, and perhaps people would have to learn to live with them and to participate.
Right, Abhishek, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all these crucial details about how Prime Minister himself is now leading by example as he urges nation to save fuel and go for austerity measures. Now, viewers are moving on to what's happening in the northeastern part of the country. Now, 3 church leaders have been killed and several others have been injured after an attack was carried on their vehicles while they were traveling from Churachandpur to Kangpokpi in Manipur. Now, protests, in fact, have broken out against this incident that took place in Manipur. We're getting you visuals from the state right now as protests break out over this incident. Now, remember, in this incident, there are 3 church leaders which were killed and several others were injured after an attack was carried out on their vehicles. Now, they were traveling from Churachandpur to Kangpokpi in Manipur, and this is when the attack took place on their convoy, which killed about 3 leaders while injuring several others. Now, over this incident, tensions are escalating on the ground, and protests, as you can see on your screen, have now broken out in Manipur. In fact, this is after 3 church leaders were killed and several others were injured while they were traveling. This was an attack that took place on their convoy, and now tensions escalating on the ground over the attack that took place in Manipur. Now, 3 church leaders killed and several others injured, and over that, anger now spilling onto the streets. As you can see, several people in Manipur have now taken to streets to protest against this violent incident which killed about 3 church leaders while injuring several others. All right, my colleague Linthoy now joins me with more details on this. Linthoy, do take us. What is the situation on the ground right now? It seems that protests have now escalated over the killing of 3 church leaders and several other leaders have now been injured.
Protest is right now going on in this Kangpokpi district, which is the lifeline of the state. This road is along the Imphal Dimapur, and it is under the National Highway number 2. So, this violent confrontation between, Meitei and Kuki communities has already begun before already begun on May 3rd, 2023, over the months evolved into multiple layers of armed and ethnic tensions involving different tribal groups, militant factions, and territorial assertions also. So now they are targeting the church's leaders who are acting as a peace peace carrier, and they are also helping the people of in the hill areas and in bringing peace and unity. So forget about the growing concern that speaking about the growing concern that the conflict is no longer limited into a binary Meitei-Kuki divide. So these tensions between certain Kuki and Naga groups have increasingly surfaced, particularly over territorial influence, armed movement, and competing narratives in hill areas also. At the same time, there are allegations emerging from within tribal communities themselves, including claims that certain Thado groups are being selectively targeted or caught into the crossfire of expanding factional rivalries. So this has been going on. First, the conflict is between Meitei and Kuki community, and from February 2026, the conflict has erupted between Naga and Kuki, and now the Kuki are again targeting their own people. They are targeting the Thado. So what is the intention on targeting the church leaders? Back to you.
Right. Now, Linthoy, from what you just said, I'm gathering that there was a conflict that we have seen going on in Manipur between Kukis and Meiteis, but it has now gone a step ahead between Kukis and Nagas as well. So if you could tell our viewers, what exactly are these protesters demanding at the moment?
Yeah, so these are the protesters from the Gangpokpi district, so mainly they are the Thado. So they are condemning the incident of killing the Thado church leaders. So basically the three Thado leaders, they are going at this Churachandpur to attend a conference, religious conference. So after coming back from Churachandpur in the midway, coming back from Churachandpur towards Gangpokpi, in the midway they were ambushed. So they lost their life, and several were also injured in that incident. So the people of the Gangpokpi district are raising their voice, demanding for justice and demanding to arrest those culprits involved in this incident. And there is also allegations from the different sections of the Kuki communities that the ambush is allegedly carried out by NSC and IM, and then ZUF comes on, and several others, they have alleged in such kinds. So right now people are demanding for justice. Back to you.
Right. Thanks, Linthoy, for joining us and giving us all these crucial details about the protests escalating in Manipur over the killing of 3 church leaders. All right, here's now more breaking news developments are coming in. CBI, in fact, has secured a 2-day transit remand of the accused Shubham Khairnar from the court. Now, the accused will be produced before the CBI court in Delhi tomorrow. Now, this is in connection with the Neet leak case. We are given to understand that one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, has been now given a transit remand of about 2 days, and he will be produced before the CBI in Delhi tomorrow. Now, wheels of justice are moving rapidly in the entire Neet leak case. We're looking at crackdown taking place on several accused across the country, and one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, has now been sent to transit remand for 2 days. He will be produced before the CBI court in Delhi tomorrow. In fact, we've also got some visuals exposing these Neet cheat brothers who've been captured along with several politicians, as you can see in the picture as well. Now, these are several brothers who were involved in this entire leak operation, and now we've accessed their picture with a politician as well. And on more breaking news developments, a 2-day remand has now been given to one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, who will be produced before the CBI court in the capital city tomorrow. Now, we have seen the wheels of justice are moving rapidly in this entire case. 15 people have now been arrested across the country. The 16th arrest was made today from Maharashtra, in fact. And one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, has now been sent to 2-day remand custody. He will be produced before the court in Delhi tomorrow. In fact, viewers, those are the latest developments we're getting at this hour. One of the accused in the Neet entire leak operation, Shubham Khairnar, has now been sent to 2 days of remand custody. He will be produced before the CBI court in New Delhi tomorrow. All right, my colleague Revati, who's been very closely tracking all the story, joins me on this. Revati, do take us through the latest. We are picking up about one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, being sent to 2 days of remand custody.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that Shubham Khairnar, who is a doctor himself, is being arrested by the CBI. Now he has been taken to Mumbai for the transit remand. Firstly, he was arrested, detained in Nashik, and then he was taken to Mumbai after the interrogation done by the CBI. Many developments came forward during the interrogation and the investigation. But as of now, he has sought, actually the CBI has sought 2 days transit remand from Mumbai, and Shubham Khairnar will be presented before the CBI court tomorrow, and then the further investigation will take place. CBI has said in its statement while taking a transit remand that there are many more suspects linked to Shubham Khairnar, or he was in contact with Shubham Khairnar. Hence, they have received a 2 days transit remand from Mumbai court today. Over to you.
All right, we're looking at one of the Neet cheat brothers, Dinesh Biwal, in fact, with the politician on your screen right now. In fact, Madan Dilavar, he can be seen with, and the other one is also an accused of Mangi Lal. Now, both these brothers have been accused in these Neet leak operation, and they can be seen captured with, in fact, Madan Dilavar. All right, viewers, now as we continue to expose these Neet cheats, we also spoke to the Vice President of Federation of All India Medical Association on this entire leak operation and what will be the next step by NTA. Take a listen.
The FIMA, Federation of All India Medical Association, we as an independent organization comprising of the resident doctor association throughout the country, we raise the doctors fraternity across the nation who have any kind of issue happened anywhere in the country regarding if it is like the Neet UG, the Neet PG, DM, MCH, so any sort of incident happened with the doctors community, doctor fraternity across the nation, we FIMA always try to raise their issues on national platform so that they can get justice. Whatever kind of, if you see, lots of incident, physical and sexual assaults happen with the doctors while on duty. So we fight.
All right, here's more breaking news coming in from Air India. Now, the airlines, in fact, has announced the rationalization of its services on selected international routes between June and August of this year. Now, these adjustments have been made by the airline in response to several factors, including continued airspace restrictions over certain regions, record high jet fuel prices for international operations, which have significantly impacted their operations. My colleague Harsha also joins me with more details on this. Harsha, do take us through this big step taken by Air India rationalizing its route operations.
Yes, certainly. Earlier, Air India reduced more than 100 international flights because of the airspace restriction and because of the record high ATF prices as well, the fuel price on the international sectors as well. Today, Air India has announced, after yesterday's meeting was held, today Air India has announced that between June and August, more than international services, they are going to make some temporary adjustments, and that will be to the select route. To all our viewers to know that select routes are the places where the airspace restriction is there and where Air Air India has to take longer routes to reach the destination. In those areas, there will be reduced number of now Air India flights, and they are making it because of the record high jet fuel prices for the international operation, and because of the restriction. Right now, Air India has more than 2,000 to 2,500 flights internationally operating, but Air India will continue to operate only 1,200 international flights right now every month. But between June and August, the cut of the international flights is going to be extremely high because of the ATF prices. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, also so the big takeaway right now is that Air India will only be operating 1,200 flights every month. These are international flights, while several regions where airspace restrictions are there, their selected routes have been cut down. So for our viewers, for people who fly frequently, if you could take us down, what are the routes that have been cut down by Air India?
So majorly the routes which are going to be affected are majorly the routes of the European countries, the route of the United States, the use of the United Kingdom. These are the major routes where all the countries will be majorly affected. Most of the countries just going to affect are going to be the European country, because let me tell you, for the European country, earlier before the airspace restriction, the Air India flight used to take 12 hours, so minimum 11 hours to reach the destination. But after the airspace restriction, it's taking Air India flight more than 22 to 22 hours to reach the required destination. So that's the kind of impact which is because of the airspace restriction and because of the high fuel prices in the jet as well. Because the more the fuel, the longer the space, the more loss to the aviation industry. And that too, we have seen that how aviation ministry also stated that there's a capping in the domestic flights, but there's no capping in the ATF, which is the aviation turbine fuel prices. There's no capping in the international flight. So international flight prices of the fuel are record high, and that is a major loss which the airlines are already been stating to the civil aviation ministry as well. So the viewers who are planning to travel to European country, who are planning to go to the cities in United States, they should at least be aware of the fact that between June and August, the flights which will be operating, which will be immensely expensive, and it will be less in number. Back to you.
Right. Now, Harsha, mostly international flights are booked in advance, so this change will also lead to certain cancellations. And with this regard, Air India says that they will be actively assisting customers. So if you could just take our viewers through what exactly happens for those flights which will be cancelled now.
So the passengers who have booked their international travel between June to August for the locations of the Europe, United States, and let's say of London in the United Kingdom, all those passengers' flights either will be cancelled or they will be given a substitute flight. But that also dates will be according to the airline. That date doesn't depend on the travel of the passenger, because now the number of airlines are reduced. So the operations have been reduced. So either they will be asked to shift their travel dates, or either they will be compensated with the full amount, and that the process has already begun. Air India has already stated that the ones who wish to cancel their flight, they will be given full refund right now from the airline.
All right, thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us and giving us all these crucial details on this. All right, viewers, now slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up after the break, Mulam Singh's son, Pratik Yadav, found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. SP now raises more claims, saying that this could have been a poisoning incident. Getting you all the updates on the other side.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you're watching live and breaking with me, Shavinson. A top focus as the Neet fiasco continues. Investigation carried out by Republic reporters goes on to indicate that there are several flaws which weren't even detected by those who are in charge of the examination. We'll get you all the latest details in the investigation that has been carried out. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Republic accesses a WhatsApp chat between buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for Neet 2026. Question papers for the medical entrance examination leaked using advanced technologies, including a shadow server, a sophisticated telegram network, and a portable scanner. Mulam Singh Yadav's son, Pratik Yadav, found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. Sources suggest Pratik was suffering from depression and was undergoing treatment. Chief Minister Vijay drops astrologer Ricky Pandit from OSD post amid opposition heat. Vijay passes floor test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly. Mulam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav was found dead under mysterious circumstances this morning. In fact, Samajwadi Party legislators have now levelled some sensational allegations that bruise marks were also found on his body. Postmortem report details have now been accessed by Republic TV, which reveals the cause of Pratik's death. A blood clot had formed in his body. The clot travelled from the lower extremities to the upper body, subsequently causing an infection in the arteries and lungs, leading to death by cardiac arrest. Further details are expected to become clear following the Viscera report, which is still awaited at this point in time. But there are several questions now being raised. Marital discord is becoming one of the biggest talking points of this death that has taken place. In fact, time and again, Pratik Yadav has taken to social media speaking about his own marital discord with his wife Aparna Yadav, who joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as the postmortem report is concerned, in the postmortem report, which has now been accessed by Republic TV, these are the details coming in, which shows that there was a clot in his body, which had moved from the lower body to the upper body, causing blockage in the arteries, leading to a cardiac arrest this morning. If you go by some of the statements that have been made by Samajwadi Party legislators, for instance, an MLA who spoke to us earlier today had indicated that there were clots in his body, there were bruise marks as he had basically indicated, and also from the fact that there is a larger conspiracy at play. Now that is what Samajwadi Party leaders had to state earlier today. In fact, we'll try and play out that in a short while from now. In fact, on your screens, this is a copy of the postmortem report. The full details are expected to come in later today. In fact, as of now, this is the preliminary report that has been released by the doctors who conducted the postmortem. Allegations were also levelled about the postmortem that was conducted for several hours, put together with Samajwadi leaders even questioning that. Earlier today, you've had Akhilesh Yadav also making a statement. Let me go across to my colleague Niranjan, who's getting us the latest details of the postmortem report. Niranjan, as I understand, this happens to be the preliminary report that has been released, by which there are details emerging that he had suffered a cardiac arrest.
Yes, Shravan, hinting at a cardiac arrest, but it appears that there is much more, because even the report, an initial reading of the report suggests that there were blood clots in his body, and the blood clots are moved towards the lungs. Now, let me just read out from an excerpt of the report. This is an initial reading of the report that I have in my hand. It mentions cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as noted. It's a medical term, but what it essentially means is that there could have been blood clots in the body that led to his death due to a cardiac arrest. That's what we are hearing. This is an initial report once again, and this, however, it also mentions that the whole heart and pulmonary thromboembolic material has been preserved for histopathological examination, and viscera has been preserved for chemical analysis and handed over to the CP concerned. And all injuries mentioned are anti-mortem. Now, why is this interesting? You had a Samajwadi Party MLA who spoke to the media and to Republic Media Network a few minutes back, and he claimed that there could be foul play. It is the Samajwadi Party MLA who has said that it could be a case of foul play, and he claimed that he had seen himself blue marks all over the body of Pratik Yadav. Now, that is why there are some questions that remain unanswered. There are some reports that suggest that his body was found in the kitchen, and it was a medical experts who found him lying in an unconscious state. How and when were these medical experts called? When was he taken to the hospital? And who made that call? Now, all of these details we are waiting for. His wife, Aparna Yadav, who is a BJP leader, has returned from Assam, And we are hearing that the last rites of Pratik Yadav, who's the son of Mulam Singh Yadav, will take place tomorrow. It's a high-profile family. Mulam Singh Yadav has been one of the senior-most leaders of the country. One of the biggest political families in Uttar Pradesh. Akhilesh Yadav is the chief of the Samajwadi Party. Pratik happens to be the stepbrother of Pratik, and that is why this story becomes interesting. Now, also add to it, Shravan, there was a bitter breaking apart in January. If you went through the social media posts of Pratik Yadav, he went public, and in public posts, he put out details about his acrimony with his wife, Aparna Yadav, who's a BJP leader. He went on to call her names, saying that she's the reason why his life has been destroyed. He claimed that she had, kept him away from his family. A whole set of allegations were made, and now you have the news of his death coming in. Of course, many questions remain unanswered, and the closest we've come to the reason of his death is this particular report. Once again, I'm repeating what this particular report says. It says it's a cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as noted, and that all injuries mentioned are ante-mortem. This is what we have. I think there are some questions that remain unanswered. We'll continue to ask those questions. If I'm not wrong, Akhilesh Yadav this morning also hinted at taking a legal route in this issue. So let's see where the story goes from here. Shravan.
Well, in fact, as my colleague Niranjan was pointing out, unanswered questions sparked by several statements that have been made by Samajwadi Party leaders, starting with one of the legislators who spoke to our colleague a short while back, indicating that there were bruise marks that were found on his body. Niranjan, just a quick question before I play out that response that had come in from Samajwadi leader. And no ordinary leader that we're talking about. He's a prominent Samajwadi Party leader. He's a legislator from the assembly in Uttar Pradesh. So one cannot, certainly brush that aside. Just a quick question with regards to what is it that Akhilesh Yadav had to say? Because it is also known that it isn't that they have had the best of a relation.
Of course, Shravan, just to tell our viewers a little bit about Pratik Yadav. Pratik Yadav, is the son of Mulam Singh Yadav from his second wife. And he's a stepbrother of Akhilesh Yadav. And he was someone who sort of stayed away from politics, did not want to be in politics, did not have very keen interest in politics, chose to take a business option. He was more involved in business, and he did not want to sort of be very involved in politics. And that is why you see Akhilesh and his family play a front role in politics. And Aparna Yadav, just before the elections, of course, she moved to the BJP, etc. There was complete drama there, and she has been in the BJP ever since. But Pratik Yadav has sort of decided and had made a conscious call to, take a step back in politics, and that is why his story is extremely interesting. Like to be in the shadows, was in his late 30s. You look at some of his photos. Was an outgoing person. He liked to enjoy his time with his family. Was seen, I think he had a liking for cars. There are some pictures of him at the international circuit as well. And from what we understand, last few months hasn't been easy for him. From the different accounts that we are picking up, he wasn't very happy about something. He was unhappy, one, with his personal life. There are many posts, some of which have been deleted now, of Pratik Yadav, where he went on record. I think we made a graphic this morning of the different posts that he had put out regarding his family and his wife. If we have that graphic out, we can put it out. He went public, and something had changed since January this year, when he went public against his wife, Aparna Yadav, of course, and he said that, she was an extremely selfish person. He called her a lot of nasty things, saying that she was selfish and that she was only worried about her own career, and that she had, broken him up from his family, separated him from his family, and a whole series of comments were made. So people are linking that to this, on whether he was depressed and whether there is something more. We don't know, but this is the closest that we've come. And the fact that a Samajwadi Party MLA has gone on record now to say that there could be foul play, I think it tells you there could be something more. If there were blue marks found on the body, there were some reports this morning. Of course, you cannot confirm any of these reports, until something official comes out. Some reports suggested poisoning, some reports suggested foul play. We also reported about multiple bruise marks on the body of Pratik Yadav. So stories very interesting. Biggest political family in Uttar Pradesh, India's largest state. The story has ramifications. Shravan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Niranjan, for getting us the latest details of the post-mortem report. Earlier today, we spoke to one of the Samajwadi Party legislators, a senior member, who's leveled some sensational allegations, and he's essentially hinted at a larger conspiracy at play. Now, this is what the leader had to say.
हमारे साथ रविदास मेहरोत्रा जी हैं। रविदास जी, आप अंदर थे, क्या कुछ भी पता चल पाया?
समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी के छोटे भाई प्रतीक यादव जी का आज आकस्मिक और असामयिक निधन हो गया, जिससे हम लोग बहुत अधिक दुखी और आहत हैं। जब जानकारी मैंने करी तो ये हुआ कि संदिग्ध परिस्थितियों में उनकी मौत हुई है और हो सकता है कि उनको जहर दिया गया हो और उनके शरीर पर चोट के बहुत निशान थे। इसलिए हम लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि उनके मौत के कारणों की जांच कराई जाए। यहाँ पर 9 बजे लगभग पोस्टमार्टम हो गया था। उसके बाद कई घंटे बॉडी यहाँ पर रखी रही। बार बार पूछा गया कि बॉडी क्यों रखी गई है, तो कहा गया कि उनकी पत्नी आने वाली हैं। उनकी पत्नी यहाँ पर नहीं आई और फिर उनकी बॉडी को यहाँ से अभी भी जो है पुलिस प्रशासन ने
जानबूझकर, आप कह रहे हैं, बॉडी को रखा गया था?
जी, 9 बजे पोस्टमार्टम हो गया, उसके बाद भी जानबूझ करके पोस्टमार्टम।
आप कह रहे हैं जहर देने की बात, क्या जहर दिया गया?
डॉक्टर ने हमसे बताया कि जब बॉडी को लाया गया सिविल अस्पताल में तो उनकी संदिग्ध अवस्था में मौत हो गई थी। जब उनको लाया गया उससे पहले वो मर चुके थे और इस जो है उनकी जो पूछा गया तो कहा हो सकता है कि उनकी बॉडी में जहर हो और उनके शरीर पर नीले नीले दाग पड़े,
नीले निशान थे, चोट के भी निशान थे। आपने अंदर बॉडी देखा क्या?
जी, अंदर जो है उनकी बॉडी पर चोट के निशान थे और नीले नीले दाग थे। या तो जहर के निशान होंगे या उनको,
ये आपने खुद अपनी आंखों से देखा?
जी।
नीले निशान पूरे शरीर पर थे?
नहीं, जो देख पाए शरीर उस पर थे, अब पूरे शरीर में होंगे।
और चोट कहाँ थे?
पैर में देखा गया, पैर में चोट थी, पैर में। और उनको जो है ये लगता है कि पॉइजन दिया गया है। उनके मौत के कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए और जांच इस बात की भी हो कि पोस्टमार्टम होने के कई घंटे बाद तक बॉडी मॉर्चरी में क्यों रही।
कहा जा रहा है कि अपर्णा यादव आएंगी, उसका इंतजार था।
बिना आए फिर क्यों बॉडी दे दी गई?
अभी खबर है कि लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर लैंड कर
जब खबर थी तो बॉडी पहले क्यों दी गई? हम लोग लगातार ये मांग कर रहे थे कि पोस्टमार्टम हो गया है तो बॉडी उनके घर भेजी जाए। तो ये कहा गया हम लोगों से कि उनकी पत्नी आ रही है, लेकिन पत्नी नहीं आई। उसके बावजूद भी उनकी बॉडी अब भेजी गई। तो इतने घंटे उनकी बॉडी क्यों रोकी गई, इस बात की
आप बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी की बात कर रहे हैं, साजिश की बात
से। ये बड़ी साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है और उनकी जो मौत हुई है इसके कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि उनकी पत्नी ने अभी हाल में जब समाजवादी पार्टी का झंडा जलाया था तो उससे प्रतीक यादव बहुत अधिक आहत थे।
आपको लग रहा है इसके पीछे कोई पॉलिटिकल या फिर कारोबार भी
कोई भी कारण हो, इनके कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए। हम ये कह सकते हैं कि उनकी मौत सामान्य नहीं है, संदिग्ध अवस्था में।
आप कह रहे हैं बीजेपी में शामिल हुई तब से वो परेशान थे, अपर्णा यादव जब?
अब वो परेशान थे, हमको अंकल कहते थे, वो बहुत व्यवहार कुशल थे, लेकिन उसके बाद से वो काफ़ी दुखी रहा करते थे।
मैंने प्रतीक को बचपन से देखा है, आज वो हमारे बीच नहीं है, बहुत दुख है। और एक वो अच्छा नौजवान इसलिए था कि बचपन से ही उसे स्वास्थ्य के प्रति, अपने हेल्थ के प्रति और वो कुछ जीवन में आगे बढ़ कर के काम करना चाहता था। एक बहुत अच्छा लड़का जो अपने मेहनत से कुछ करना चाहता था। बहुत दुखद है वो आज हमारे बीच नहीं है।
अखिलेश जी, लास्ट टाइम आपकी बात कब होनी चाहिए? मौत होनी चाहिए, आपको लगता है जांच होनी चाहिए?
स्वाभाविक है कि जो कानूनी और जो कानून कहता है और जो परिवार के लोग कहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम लोग मानेंगे बात को।
Well, shifting focus to the top story of the day, as the Investigation in the Neet fiasco continues, with Central Bureau of Investigation reaching NTA's office. Indications now coming in that they're also looking at the possibility of whether at all the leak has actually happened from the source, which happens to be the National Testing Agency itself. Now, on your screens, some arrests that have been made and the political connections that are emerging. The Congress party in Rajasthan has leveled an allegation against a BJP leader who happens to be also the education minister in Rajasthan, who's seen with one of the accused who has been taken into custody, the Neet brothers who cheated 2.3 million students. On your screen right now is the image of the leader along with two of the accused in this particular case. In fact, it turns out that this minister has completely disappeared. Multiple attempts that have also been made by Republic TV to reach out to the BJP leader, to no avail. There has been no response really coming in. The same leader had given his first response after this dire Neet fiasco, where he said that all culprits will be nabbed soon. Allegations have also been leveled against the Rajasthan SOG, the police, the operations group, for not filing an FIR in this entire matter. Questions also being raised about the manner in which the NTA has basically handled this entire situation, with the exams being carried out on 3rd of May. And 7th of May is when the NTA finally responded to the whistleblower in this particular case, and thereafter a full-fledged investigation was carried out. Republic teams spread across multiple states are now finding out more details as to what really has happened. Now, this is a report that has been filed by my colleague Jatin from Jaipur, where he has basically been able to track the residence of two accused. He's also spoken to, the relatives of the accused. On your screens right now, this is also several of the Telegram groups that are still operating, and in these very groups, the Neet paper was allegedly circulated. In fact, it turns out that this is a conversation that took place with one of the individual on 29th of April, and that's when the discussion was actually happening about the Neet paper, the guest paper, which about 120 such questions from this paper had actually matched with the original ones. On your screens right now, these are the conversations, the WhatsApp conversation, the Telegram conversations that have now been accessed by Republic TV. This particular group has been named as Private Mafia, and in this, several of these papers were already circulated, and the conversations that were taking place between the sellers and the students. Take a look at this report that has been filed by my colleague Jatin.
जमवा रामगढ़ में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। नीट पेपर लीक मामले की जांच जो कि एसओजी कर रही थी, अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जमवा रामगढ़ के जिन दो लोगों को एसओजी ने हिरासत में लिया, उनका पॉलिटिकल लिंक भी सामने आया, उसको लेकर तमाम आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, उनके घर पर इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। सबसे पहले घर की तस्वीर देखिए। एक बड़े एरिया में जो घर है वो उनका बना हुआ है, और ये भी जो आसपास के लोग कह रहे हैं कि एक पार्टी के साथ वो इस इलाके में रसूखदार भी हैं, मांगीवाल और दिनेश। और ये घर देखकर भी आप तस्वीर लगा सकते हैं कि एक बहुत बड़ा आंगन आपको घर के बाहर नज़र आ जाएगा। सामने आप ये 2 मंजिला घर देख रहे हैं, ये भी उनका बताया जा रहा है। झूला इस आंगन में है, और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं जो कि बिल्कुल ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर बना हुआ अंदर तक, वो भी घर है। इसके साथ वाला घर आप देखिएगा, जहां पर जो पीली और पिंक पट्टी वाला जो घर है, ये भी उन्हीं का घर बताया जा रहा है। आंगन में 2 एसयूवी जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी आपको यहां पर खड़ी हुई नजर आ रही हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, इन दोनों के ऊपर आरोप है कि गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से उन्होंने वो पेपर लिया, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर लिया। उस पेपर को उनका जो बेटा है सीकर में पढ़ता है, वहां पर दिया। 29 तारीख को पेपर लेने के बाद अगले ही दिन यानी कि 30 तारीख को वो सीकर पहुंच जाते हैं। सीकर में अपने बेटे को वो जो पेपर है वो देते हैं। उसकी कॉपी वहां पर सीकर में बनाई जाती है। कॉपी बनाने के बाद जो दोस्त था बेटे का, उसके पास भी वो पेपर पहुंचा। तो कैसे ये पूरा नेक्सस चल रहा था, इसको अब सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जब मांगीलाल के पास हम उनके घर पहुंचे, उनके परिवार से बातचीत की, तो उनका कहना है कि ये सिर्फ आरोप है, इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। लेकिन हमें ये जानकारी मिली कि मांगीलाल दिनेश, उनके परिवार में अभी तक 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने नीट क्लियर किया। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो आरोप लग रहे हैं और परिवार का जो बैकग्राउंड है कि 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे जिन्होंने नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया और उन्हीं के ऊपर जो एक पेपर खरीदने के आरोप।
Massive protests that are taking place from various parts of the country. Now, these latest images coming in from Kolkata, where students have now gathered there, raising questions about the manner in which the NTA had conducted this entire examinations earlier today. Similar sort of images had actually come in from the national capital too. In fact, some information now coming in after the Central Bureau of Investigation had met with the NTA DG. In fact, I'm given to understand that the NTA DG has basically provided the, details of all the servers, and also what we are being told that they're also looking at, they're essentially saying that the leak from NTA will not also be ruled out at this point in time, but that's essentially part of the preliminary stage of the investigation, where they're saying that those who were basically involved, in fact, part of the formation of the question paper, to the fact that it had gone to the printing press, all of it now being looked into. In fact, these are the cutting across to latest images now coming in. Aparna Yadav, BJP leader, wife of late Pratik Yadav there. In fact, while these are the latest images coming in, mortal remains of Pratik Yadav have already been handed over to the family members. Samajwadi Party has already demanded a full-fledged investigation to be carried out following allegations that have been levelled by senior Samajwadi Party leaders, saying that there were bruise marks that were found on his body and there is a larger conspiracy at play. These are the latest images now coming in from Lucknow, where the mortal remains of Pratik Yadav has already been handed over to the family members. Earlier today, Akhilesh Yadav, stepbrother of Pratik, had also visited the family members. These are the latest images now coming in. A surprise for the entire family members also, given the fact that just about a few days ago, an image that was also rolling out, that is Dimple Yadav there meeting the family members and thereafter leaving from the residence. In fact, there is also another image that had come in of Pratik Yadav meeting Akhilesh during a public event in Saifai. And the fact that both the brothers were actually seen talking to each other in a cordial manner, and the very fact that Pratik Yadav has now come out in the open speaking about his marital discord, resulting in what is now being seen into yet another controversy that is brewing currently in Lucknow, with Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister and police officials there basically indicating that a full-fledged investigation will also be carried out. If you go by the postmortem report that has now been accessed by Republic TV, in which there is a mention of clotting, blood clotting that has taken place, resulting in cardiac arrest. That happens to be a preliminary postmortem report that has been released by the hospital authorities a short while back. But Samajwadi Party leaders insisting that a full-fledged investigation is essentially required in light of some of the allegations that have been levelled by Pratik Yadav, who did admit that he was undergoing treatment for depression, and the fact that all wasn't well within the family, particularly with his wife Aparna Yadav, who had switched sides and had joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, these are the latest images now coming in from Lucknow, where the mortal remains of Pratik Yadav has now been handed over to the family members. In fact, a big shock for the family members when this morning, what we are given to understand is that Pratik Yadav was found dead under mysterious circumstances, following which a postmortem has now been conducted. Questions are being raised because in the month of January is when, for the first time, Pratik Yadav had taken to social media, raising questions about the role of his wife and the fact that he was undergoing intense turmoil because of the current situation with his wife, and all wasn't well at that point in time. And thereafter, we give it to understand that Pratik Yadav was undergoing treatment for depression. Now, from the report that has basically come in, it's a preliminary report in which they basically make a mention of clotting that has taken place. Adarsh is joining us on this broadcast. Adarsh, take us through the latest details that you're picking up in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far. Has the Uttar Pradesh police declared that there will be a full-fledged investigation in this matter?
देखिए, अभी तक ऐसी कोई जानकारी सामने नहीं आई है, लेकिन जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है उसके मुताबिक कार्डियक अरेस्ट की वजह से और साथ ही साथ लंग इन्फेक्शन था, इसकी वजह से डेथ हुई है। बिस्तरा और साथ ही साथ जो हार्ट है उसको प्रिजर्व करके रखा गया है, उसकी डिटेल्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी, उसके बाद ही कुछ साफ हो पाएगा, क्योंकि अभी तक परिवार की तरफ से कोई भी आरोप प्रत्यारोप नहीं लगाए गए हैं, ना ही किसी तरीके की जाँच की बात कही गई है। तो ऐसे में बहुत मुश्किल है कि शुरुआती इनिशियल तौर पर जो है पुलिस इसमें शामिल हो। हालांकि सुबह जो है पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट से पहले जब पोस्टमार्टम हो रहा था, उसी दौरान पुलिस ने जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट्स थे और साथ ही साथ जिस जगह पर ये घटना हुई थी घर के उस हिस्से से फॉरेंसिक एविडेंसेस इकट्ठा कर लिए थे, ताकि इनकेस अगर पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में कोई ऐसी बात सामने आती है तो फिर उस दौरान ये सारी चीज़ें काम आएँ। इसको लेकर पुलिस ने पहले ही वो चीज़ें प्रिजर्व करके रखी हुई हैं, लेकिन अगर कोई शिकायत नहीं मिलती है या फिर पोस्टमार्टम में ऐसी कोई बात सामने नहीं आती है तो निश्चित तौर पर अभी शुरुआती तौर पर यूपी पुलिस इस पर शामिल होती नहीं दिख रही है।
आदर्श, पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट से जो पता चल रहा है कि ब्लड क्लॉटिंग को लेकर बात हो रही है, हॉस्पिटल से कुछ और पता चल रहा है कि किस तरह की इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है?
देखिए, अभी तक यही पता चला है, ब्लड क्लॉटिंग और कार्डियक अरेस्ट, ये दो चीज़ें सामने आई हैं और इसी को लेकर विस्तार रिपोर्ट जो है वो प्रिजर्व करके रखी गई है। विस्तार रिपोर्ट के साथ हार्ट भी प्रिजर्व करके रखा गया है, उसकी डिटेल्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है, वो चलेगी और उसी के बाद साफ हो पाएगा कि आखिर इन दोनों चीज़ों के अलावा और क्या कुछ चीज़ें थी। लंग इन्फेक्शन की भी बात कही जा रही है, इन सब चीज़ों में क्या वजह रही है, क्या ये बीमारी पहले से थी या फिर अचानक ही कार्डियक अरेस्ट या फिर जो ब्लड क्लॉटिंग है इसकी वजह क्या थी, होने की वजह क्या थी, इन पहलुओं पर फिलहाल जांच होनी है और इसी के लिए विस्तार को प्रिजर्व करके रखा गया है। उसके बाद उसकी डिटेल्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन रिपोर्ट आएगी तो उसके बाद जो है उसी के आधार पर ये चीज़ें साफ हो पाएंगी। अगर आप अभी की तस्वीरें देखें तो देख सकते हैं कि पूरा इलाका जो है कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है, क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ यहाँ पर किसी भी समय पर पहुँच सकते हैं और इसको लेकर विशेष तौर पर यहाँ पर पुलिस की तरफ तैयारी की गई है।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in
ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है।
राजवी इलायची जश्न का जश्न। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
CBI arrests the main masterminds of the Neet controversy. Mangilal Dinesh Biwal. Sources say that they were the ones who bought the Neet question paper for 30 lakh rupees. Air India trims international operations, cites record fuel prices to reduce operations. Prime Minister Modi cuts down his convoy size during domestic visits, urges for inclusion of electric vehicles. Republic accesses details of Mulam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav's post-mortem, which hints at blood clots being formed that led to a cardiac arrest in his body. Assam Cabinet approves the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code Bill will be tabled in the Assembly on the 26th of May. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. In the Neet leak controversy, the Central Bureau of Investigation, which is investigating the case, has produced the arrested accused Shubham Khernar before a Mumbai court. The court has sent him into a two-day transit remand. And as we look at the details of the investigation so far, the accused, who will be produced in a court on Wednesday, which is Delhi. In Delhi today, the CBI has informed the court that the accused allegedly had several associates linked to the case. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're cutting out of that to get you the pictures of UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at the residence of Pratik Yadav. Ministers in the UP government and Yogi Adityanath at the home of Pratik Yadav, the son of Mulam Singh Yadav and the husband of Aparna Yadav. Aparna Yadav is the BJP leader, seen there on your screens right now. The Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, paying his condolences to the family of Pratik Yadav in Lucknow. We've accessed the post-mortem report of Pratik Yadav, which came in a few minutes back. And the post-mortem report hints at cardiac arrest, the fact that there were blood clots in his body that led to a cardiac arrest. It's an initial report, and we are waiting for more details to come in of the story. But the Chief Minister here, Pratik Yadav is Mulam Singh Yadav's son, one of the most prominent political families of Uttar Pradesh. And Yogi Adityanath, paying his condolences here, travelled to Lucknow to give his condolences also to Aparna Yadav, the wife of Pratik Yadav. She's also a BJP leader, and she's there, and she accepted the condolences of the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister. And those are shots, pictures that are coming in, the first pictures of Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath there. As of now, from the details available from the investigators and from the report that has been submitted, the post-mortem report, the report confirms that there may have been a blood clot perhaps that was formed in the body of Pratik Yadav. And the clot, according to the initial reports, traveled from the lower extremities to the upper body, subsequently causing an infection in the arteries and lungs, leading to the death of Pratik Yadav due to cardiac arrest. And further details are expected to become clear after the Viscera report. As of now, the official term used by the investigators and those who prepared the medical report, the postmortem report, is that it was cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as noted, while adding that the heart and pulmonary thromboembolic material has been preserved for histopathological examination for further tests, and viscera has been preserved for chemical analysis, and that all injuries are were mentioned are ante-mortem. Now, what is important here is that some reports confirmed that there were blue marks noticed on the body of Pratik Yadav, which added to the mystery this morning. And those blue marks were also claimed by The Samajwadi Party, whose MLA went on record to say that he had himself seen the blue marks on the body of Pratik Yadav. Let me go across to Sumit, who's joining us live. Sumit has been tracking the story. Sumit, abhi jo report aayi hai, if you can take us to the report and what the report indicates. Abhi jo indication mila hai, kya hua tha? What happened in the last few hours before his death, in the lead up to Pratik Yadav's death?
देखिए, अभी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है उसके मुताबिक खून का थक्का जमा हुआ था शरीर के निचले हिस्से से ऊपरी हिस्से में खून का थक्का गया और उसके बाद ये लंग्स में जो इन्फेक्शन हुआ और उसकी वजह से कार्डियक अरेस्ट, ये इनिशियल रिपोर्ट बता रही है पोस्टमार्टम की। हालांकि फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट आनी बाकी है क्योंकि विसरा और हार्ट को सुरक्षित रखा गया था फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए। तो अब उस रिपोर्ट का इंतजार है कि ये कार्डियक अरेस्ट हुआ कैसे, क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि इसमें देखा जाता है हार्ट को सुरक्षित इसलिए रखा जाता है कि हार्ट की टिश्यूज का फिर जांच करने के बाद पता चलता है कहीं उसमें कोई पॉइजन तो नहीं है या किसी और वजह से कार्डियक अरेस्ट तो नहीं हुआ, ये देखने की कोशिश की जाती है। हालांकि ये जरूर था कि लंग डिजीज था, लंग का वो इलाज करवा रहे थे, उनको एक बीमारी थी जिसमें खून का थक्का जम जाता है और वो ब्लड थिनर का इस्तेमाल करते थे, ब्लड थिन पतला करने के लिए मेडिसिन ले रहे थे। और जैसा कि मेदांता हॉस्पिटल में उनका इलाज चल रहा था, वहाँ डॉक्टर रुचिता शर्मा है असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर, जो उनका फैमिली डॉक्टर भी हैं, और उन्होंने भी ये बताया था कि उन्हें ये बीमारी थी और वो करवा रहे थे। क्या उसी बीमारी ने अटैक किया, उसी बीमारी की वजह से ये अटैक हुआ और ये ब्लड जो स्पॉट है, जो खून थक्का है, वो अचानक जम गया और ये इसके पीछे कोई बड़ी वजह रही हो, ये इनिशियल रिपोर्ट से अभी कुछ भी कह पाना मुश्किल है। क्योंकि जो बातें कही जा रही है वो है कि फेफड़ा में खून का थक्का जमना, लंग्स में इन्फेक्शन होना, लेकिन ये हुआ क्योंकि वो 30 अप्रैल को ही भर्ती हुए थे। 30 अप्रैल को वो भर्ती हुए थे और 2 से 3 दिन तक उनका इलाज चला था और छुट्टी के बाद वो घर चले गए थे। और कुछ रिपोर्ट्स बता रहे हैं कि वो कल रात में 11 से 12 के बीच में हॉस्पिटल गए थे, फिर वापस घर पर आ गए थे और फिर अचानक क्या ऐसी तबीयत बिगड़ी, क्या हुआ, ये अभी कोई भी बता नहीं पा रहा है। ये जरूर है कि हाइपरटेंशन और लंग डिजीज से वो परेशान थे, उनका इलाज चल रहा था हाइपरटेंशन और लंग डिजीज का भी। फिलहाल जो परिजन है वो अभी चूंकि एक दुख की घड़ी में है, अंतिम संस्कार की तैयारी चल रही है। कल अंतिम संस्कार होगा, ये खबर है। आज पार्थिव शरीर को रखा गया है अंतिम दर्शन के लिए। तमाम जो लोग हैं वो पहुंच रहे हैं, सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ भी पहुंचे हैं श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। और ये राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर जब इस दुख की घड़ी में लोग एकजुट होते हैं राजनीति से हटकर, और वो संदेश देते हुए सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ की इस परिवार के साथ, मुलायम सिंह परिवार के साथ वो खड़े हैं। और इस दुख की घड़ी में, इस विपदा की घड़ी में तमाम जो अखिलेश यादव, शिवपाल यादव, डिप्पल यादव, सभी लोग वहां पर पहुंचे और अभी इस शोकाकुल परिवार के साथ सब लोग वहां पर मौजूद हैं, श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं। कल अंतिम संस्कार होगा, लेकिन पूरी तरह से गुत्थी अभी सुलझी नहीं है पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट के आने के बावजूद। अभी भी विसरा रिपोर्ट का इंतजार रहेगा। हार्ट का जो फॉरेंसिक लैब की रिपोर्ट है वो क्या कहती है, वो इंतजार रहेगा। क्योंकि आरोप जो लगाए जा रहे हैं खासतौर पर उनके ही पार्टी के विधायक की जहर दिया गया, शरीर का निचला हिस्सा नीला पड़ा था, तो वो उसके पीछे की क्या वजह रही थी, तो वो हार्ट के फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट के बाद ही पता चल पाएगा कि कहीं कोई विषैला पदार्थ तो अंदर हार्ट में नहीं गया, जिसका इंतजार हमें करना होगा।
हाँ जी, okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. These were pictures coming in from Lucknow of UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath visiting the house of Mulam Singh Yadav's son, Pratik Yadav, who passed away this morning under mysterious circumstances. Let's cut across live. Okay, our big story is on the Neet controversy. The Neet paper leak case. We're getting in more and more details as we investigate into how the leak happened. And there's a big revelation on the ongoing investigation. Dinesh, one of the accused, sold the Neet guest paper to 10 students. And then he sold these papers to recover his money. They had procured the guest papers from a person called Yash in Gurugram. The CBI team may be in Delhi today with all the accused. Dinesh Pawal is one of the brothers, the two brothers, Dinesh and Mangilal. They are the brothers. And we're also hearing that Dinesh Pawal served as the district secretary of the BJP Yuva Morcha, the youth wing for Jaipur. So we had his picture as well. Let's show you the picture of Dinesh and Mangilal with the minister, the education minister of Rajasthan, who spoke to Republic yesterday, who said that it's no big deal. He said that these things keep happening. Let's show you the picture where all three of them are standing together. So it appears that Dinesh was the man who gave these papers to 10 more students. The brothers procured it for 30 lakh rupees and then sold it for 10 more people to recover their money. And we're getting in more details. Shambhavi is joining me live. Shambhavi, as I come across to you, I have the picture here of the brothers who cheated students. In fact, they are believed to be the first ones who acquired the question paper. Mangilal and Dinesh Biwal. In one picture, they are seen with Madan Bilawar. Madan Bilawar is the education minister of Rajasthan. And we're also hearing that one of them had a political link. One of them worked in the BJP Yuva Morcha. Can you confirm these details? Shambhavi.
Well, we know about Dinesh Banewal, that Dinesh Banewal has connections with BJP. He is also served as the district secretary of the BJP Yuva Morcha as well. And the fact that he and his brother were involved in procuring the Neet leaked paper and then travel all the way to Sikar to make sure that their son gets the paper. And not just the son got the paper, he sold it to 10 different students so that he could recover the amount that he had initially invested in that leaked paper. And he allegedly got that paper from Yash of Gurgaon, where the link has been established in a way that the paper travelled from Nasik to Gurgaon and then from Gurgaon to Rajasthan, especially Sikar.
There are many WhatsApp chats that we've accessed, Shambhavi, that you have accessed, and you've gotten into some of these groups. There is a video that was accessed by you of how the paper was leaked in April, right? I have that video. I also have those WhatsApp chats. If you can play those WhatsApp chats out one by one, and if you can take us through what those chats show about how easily these question papers or the guest papers were being marketed using Telegram, right? Look at that. That's one of them. Sir, Neet ka paper dete ho kya? So there was a number circulated. This is how easily students, contacted them, and one of them said, "Ha, mil jayega." And take a look at that, sir. Paper kahan se milta hai aapko? And there is this conversation. There are 4 or 5 screenshots that we've accessed. This conversation goes on. And then this person says, paper hamare paas direct NTA office se aata hai. That is what this WhatsApp chat says. Sir, proof kuch dikhaiye is what this person who's trying to get the paper out asks. And then this person who's texting says, aapko proof ke saath hi paper provide kiya jayega. And at one point, they also negotiate how the payment scheme is going to be. Partly before the examinations and partly after the examinations. And they give the guarantee that these questions will come. And when the questions come, you will pay us after the examination. That is how confident they were. And these chats were accessed by my colleague Shambhavi. So I want Shambhavi to speak over this. Shambhavi, what do these chats prove?
Well, one thing that this chat proves is that it was very easy to access the leaked Neet paper, and the alleged owner of the group has not only accepted that he has the Neet paper, he has also accepted that he has the IIT JEE paper as well, and that whatever paper he's going to provide with lots of proof. And the proof that he has said that he'll be giving is the scorecard of the students that have scored very good marks on the basis of his leaked paper that he has shared with them. That is what he's been claiming. There has been video as well where you can see that what he has done is there was a detailed chat with one of the customers, and then after that from the entire chat he proceeds to open the PDF.
Shambhavi, Fadnavis is speaking on this. I'm going to come back to you. Devendra Fadnavis. देवेंद्र
पेट्रोल और डीजल को लेकर प्रधानमंत्री ने अपील की है, उसके बाद अपोजिशन लगातार टारगेट कर रहा है। कैसे देख रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री की अपील को और अपोजिशन को क्या जवाब दें?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिस समय एक वैश्विक संकट की घड़ी होती है, उस समय अगर हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री कोई उपाय कहते हैं तो उनको सकारात्मकता के साथ लिया जाना चाहिए। हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि दुनिया के कई देशों की परिस्थिति बहुत खराब है। कई देशों में लॉकडाउन हुआ है, पेट्रोल के भाव 450-500 रुपए तक कई देशों में चले गए, 3-3 दिन पेट्रोल नहीं मिल रहा है।
Prime Minister. Okay, I'm coming back to Shambhavi. Sorry, we'll cut that portion where he spoke about the leak in Nasik and Pune and play that again. Shambhavi. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay.
And the screenshots that we were talking about, the video that we have also accessed shows that he uses the last year paper. So this is not a one-time thing. The alleged owner, the admin of the group, has been doing this for the past 5 years. So he has that leverage. He uses that previous year's question paper as well as those question papers that was been accessed by the students. He uses the scorecard of all of it and uses it as a proof to sell this year's Neet leaked paper to the prospective customers. And you can see how easily students were paying 50K, 30K, even 3 lakh rupees for that matter to access the Neet leaked paper. And he has also very openly said that there is no other channel or there's no other way that you can actually get it, because he gets it from NTA directly. So this is a completely authentic leaked paper. That is what he claims. Back to you.
Okay. There is also a video. If I can play that video, if I can ask the team to play the video. This is a screenshot. In fact, somebody is recording a screen. And in that screen, the date is clearly seen is 28th of April and the conversation, sorry, 21st of April. So 21st of April till 30th of April, they discuss. The exam is on the 3rd of May, ladies and gentlemen. They discuss in all of last week of April. And then even the question paper is there on that group. They click on that question paper and that question paper opens up, and there you go, that's the guest paper. So it's just one of the groups. How many groups were there? Because we hear the government was trying to crack down on some of these groups. How many groups were there in all? Do we know how many people got access to these question papers? 23 million took the test. How many got these question papers?
So there were several groups. One group was just dedicated to these question paper link, or you can say a little bit of header for the main question papers. There's one group for that where you enter the group. Even that group needs...
Go ahead. We're just trying to pull out that video. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, that group needs permission to enter. Because after this, there was this huge thing done by the NTA as well as the government, where the previous exam, which was conducted on 3rd of May, was scrapped off and a new exam was announced. That is when this group turned into private. Now, private groups on telegrams can only be accessed by certain individuals. So there is first group, which acts like the header as a group where links of the main group is shared. Even that group needs permission to enter. Once you get the permission to enter, you enter that group, and from there you click on the link, you are directed to another group. Another group is the main group where such papers or Neet papers, or for that matter IIT JEE paper, leaked paper is been sent, or not the complete paper though, just some screenshots or a couple of questions or maybe 3-4 questions or something which proves that they know what they're doing. Then from there is another group called proofs. In this group, they share the proof, the scorecard of the people who have secured very good marks using their guest paper or the leaked paper for that matter, and they are operating on the basis of 3-4 groups, and all those groups are working towards selling this leaked paper to their prospective customers. And they're also making sure, they have mentioned that numerous times on the group itself, that they are not going to send you the entire 100% of the real paper, because then what will happen is students will start appearing for 100% of it, and if they'll start achieving 720 out of 720, a lot of students will achieve that number, then that will draw suspicion to the students as well as to them as well. But what they're doing is they're sharing only, let's say, 60 to 80% of the paper, so that there is some scope for them actually not coming in the radar of the government or NTA for that matter. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, stay with me. We had Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, speak on this issue, because Nasik is one location where the investigation is focused, because that is believed to have been the first place where the paper was leaked. Between Nasik and Pune, the focus has been on the investigation in these two cities. Here's what Devendra Fadnavis is saying.
इसमें सीबीआई जांच कर रही है, सीबीआई को पूरा साथ हमारी पुलिस देगी, और मैं भारत सरकार का और विशेष रूप से जो नीट कंडक्ट करने वाली हमारी बॉडी है उसका आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने इसको गंभीरता से लिया, क्योंकि हमारे जो बच्चे हैं वो इतनी पढ़ाई करते हैं और कोई पेपर लीक करे, ये बात बिल्कुल गलत है। हम ये चाहते हैं कि जिस प्रकार की कार्रवाई हो रही है उसमें नीचे तक जाकर जो भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व है, हर व्यक्ति के ऊपर कार्रवाई हो, उसके लिए पूरा सहकार्य हम लोग करेंगे।
Getting in live pictures of a protest in Manipur, ladies and gentlemen, there was we had pictures of an ambush, a story broken by Republic this afternoon, as leaders of the church were ambushed in Manipur. 3 clergy members were killed in Manipur as a result of that ambush, and we're getting in pictures of the protests. The protests are spreading across Manipur as we speak, and people are protesting on the streets. Let's tell you that at least 5 people were injured. 3 of them were shot dead while en route to a peace protest in Manipur. 3 church leaders and 4 others grievously injured in what was an armed ambush in Manipur's Kangpokpi district. They were part of a delegation of a senior clergy that was traveling from Churachandpur to Kangpokpi to attend an inter-association meeting. We had pictures of the ambush. So let's show you what happened this morning. This morning we had pictures of the church members killed in an ambush. And then we have the protests that have broken out in different parts of Manipur as a result of that. Getting in some responses, let's cut across live.
निबंधन करके रखा हुआ है पिछले 3 सालों से, तो इसलिए हम लोग सीरियस प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। और
सरकार से क्या कहना चाहूँगी?
सरकार से ये कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह हमारा ये मणिपुर में चल रहा पिछले 3 सालों से चल रहा मणिपुर का मामला जल्द से जल्द खत्म कीजिए, और हमको अच्छा से और ये पीस में एजुकेशन और पढ़ाई में ध्यान देने के लिए जैसे कि स्टूडेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के कहते हुए बोलना चाहता हूँ।
Okay, we'll go across also to my colleagues Lintoy and Johnson joining us live. Let's show you the pictures of what happened this morning, ladies and gentlemen. We had pictures of the ambush. The ambush on the left of your screen. Those are pictures of the church members, the clergy members who were traveling in vehicles. They were returning to Kangpokpi from Churachandpur district after attending a conference, and they were attacked midway. Waylaid and attacked, shot. 3 of them shot dead. And after unidentified armed men ambushed their vehicles in Manipur's Kangpokpi. There was a blockade along the Imphal-Dimapur highway earlier today. Now, these clergy members belonged to the Baptist Association. And some senior members included reverends who were in that vehicle when they were shot. and 5 others were reportedly injured and are also undergoing treatment. So as a result of that attack, ambush, protests have broken out in different parts of Manipur. Lintoy is joining us live. Lintoy, what's going on? Has anybody taken responsibility for the attack?
Yeah, as of now, no one has come up and taken the responsibility, and even that ZUF Kamson has also denied all the allegations made up by the cookie bodies. So massive outrage is now building on the ground following the deadly ambush on this Thadau church leaders in Kangpopi district, with various protests intensifying across several areas. So students, civil society organizations, church bodies, and local residents have come on the streets condemning the attack, calling it an assault not just on individuals but on the larger tribal and religious community. And also protesters are demanding immediate identification of those responsible and stronger security measures in the hill districts. So many students are carrying placards and raising slogans demanding justice for the victims, while also questioning how church leaders traveling back from, the religious conference in Churachandpur could come under such a deadly attack despite the prolonged security presence in the region. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Lintoy there reporting live from Manipur, and these are protests panning out after an ambush which killed 3 church leaders, and this was a case of mistaken identity, but ultimately this is a fallout of the Naga versus Kuki conflict panning out in Manipur. Right, welcome friends to Live and Breaking 5 p.m. this Wednesday, and we are focusing on all the developments that have taken place in the Neet probe. Remember, over 24 odd arrests made after the paper leak. The NTA busy with finalizing the dates, but the question is, we asked this afternoon, how come year after year these leaks keep happening? Would the CBI be able to plug the gaps permanently this time? Let's begin with the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
CBI arrests Neet cheat brothers Mangilal and Dinesh Biwal. Sources say the accused bought Neet paper for rupees 30 lakhs. Air India trims international operations, cites record high jet fuel prices to reduce global operations. Prime Minister Modi cuts down convoy size during domestic visits, urges EV inclusion. Republic accesses details of Pratik Yadav's postmortem. The report hints at blood clots being formed in Pratik's body. Assam Cabinet approves implementation of Uniform Civil Code, a bill to be tabled in Assembly on May 26. All right, we'll come back again. In the Neet paper leak case, the Central Bureau of Investigation, or the CBI, arrested accused Shubham Khairnar before a Mumbai court, the Mumbai's famous Killa court. The court sent him to a 2-day transit remand. The accused is expected to be produced before a Delhi court on Wednesday. The CBI informed the court that Thursday, and the CBI informed the court that Khairnar allegedly has several associates linked to the case, and that his custody is required to identify and trace other members of the syndicate. The investigation has meanwhile taken a political turn after BJP worker Dinesh Biwal and his brother Mangilal were arrested from Rajasthan's Jamawar Ramgarh. They were taken into custody in connection with the leak and the fact that they were running a racket. The two were initially detained by the Rajasthan Police's Special Operations Group before being handed over to the CBI, which is now leading the investigation. Sources say both are currently being questioned over their alleged role in the case. Here's a ground report.
The CBI is currently investigating the Neet leak paper case, which was earlier being handled by SOG but has now been handed over to CBI officially. And several places in connection with this Neet paper leak case have surfaced, be it Gurugram, be it Sikar, Jaipur, Dehradun. These are the places that have come up in the investigation, part of the investigation. Also, a firm named RK Consultancy has also come up. The owner of the RK Consultancy, Rakesh Mandavaria, has been arrested by the CBI and is being currently questioned in connection with the case. We are standing right outside his office in Sikar. This is the RK Educational Consultancy. You can see MBBS Consultancy for India and abroad. He was detained from Dehradun, Uttarakhand, and is being questioned in connection with the case. So far, the SOG has questioned nearly 80 students and 135 individuals in connection of this case as part of the investigation. And also, sources indicate that the CBI team may soon visit RK Consultancy firm in Sikar as part of the ongoing probe. Now, you can also, we'll point out towards the AC here. You can see that this consultancy is currently closed, but the AC is still working, shows that they might have left from this place in a hurry, and hence the AC is on. But this is a shutdown. There is no worker, there's no employees here. But CBI may soon visit this place as part of the ongoing probe. You can watching RK Consultancy. The owner, Rakesh Mandavaria, is being questioned in connection with the case. CBI will be investigating this case, will continue to investigate this case and question many more people, a list of which has been handed over by SOG to them.
All right, Republic also gets your report from the homes of the two accused, Mangilal and Dinesh, and they are of course being questioned as we speak. Let's take a look.
जमवा रामगढ़ में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। नीट पेपर लीक मामले की जांच जो कि एसओजी कर रही थी, अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जमवा रामगढ़ के जिन दो लोगों को एसओजी ने हिरासत में लिया, उनका पॉलिटिकल लिंक भी सामने आया, उसको लेकर तमाम आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, उनके घर पर इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। सबसे पहले घर की तस्वीर देखिए। एक बड़े एरिया में जो घर है वो उनका बना हुआ है, और ये भी जो आसपास के लोग कह रहे हैं कि एक पार्टी के साथ वो इस इलाके में रसूखदार भी हैं, मांगीवाल और दिनेश। और ये घर देखकर भी आप तस्वीर लगा सकते हैं कि एक बहुत बड़ा आंगन आपको घर के बाहर नज़र आ जाएगा। सामने आप ये 2 मंजिला घर देख रहे हैं, ये भी उनका बताया जा रहा है। झूला इस आंगन में है, और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं जो कि बिल्कुल ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर बना हुआ, अंदर तक वो भी घर है। इसके साथ वाला घर आप देखिएगा, जहां पर जो पीली और पिंक पट्टी वाला जो घर है, ये भी उन्हीं का घर बताया जा रहा है। आंगन में 2 एसयूवी जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी आपको यहां पर खड़ी हुई नजर आ रही हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, इन दोनों के ऊपर आरोप है कि गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से उन्होंने वो पेपर लिया, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर लिया। उस पेपर को अपना, उनका जो बेटा है सीकर में पढ़ता है, वहां पर दिया। 29 तारीख को पेपर लेने के बाद अगले ही दिन यानी कि 30 तारीख को वो सीकर पहुंच जाते हैं। सीकर में अपने बेटे को वो जो पेपर हैं वो देते हैं। उसकी कॉपी वहां पर सीकर में बनाई जाती है। कॉपी बनाने के बाद जो दोस्त था बेटे का, उसके पास भी वो पेपर पहुंचा। तो कैसे ये पूरा नेक्सस चल रहा था, इसको अब सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जब मांगीवाल के पास हम उनके घर पहुंचे, उनके परिवार से बातचीत की, तो उनका कहना है कि ये सिर्फ आरोप है, इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। लेकिन हमें ये जानकारी मिली कि मांगीवाल मांगीवाल दिनेश, उनके परिवार में अभी तक 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने नीट क्लियर किया। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो आरोप लग रहे हैं और परिवार का जो बैकग्राउंड है कि 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे जिन्होंने नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया और उन्हीं के ऊपर जो एक पेपर खरीदने के आरोप लग रहे हैं, उसी कड़ी में अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट करती हुई नजर आ रही है। और ये घर देखकर, जिस तरीके का घर है, आसपास के घर देखेंगे तो इतने लग्जरी घर आपको यहाँ पर नहीं मिलेंगे, इतने बड़े एरिया में बने हुए घर आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश का घर की तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखाई। परिवार तो हालांकि ये बोल रहा है कि सब साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से फैक्ट्स निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो चीजें हैं वो निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं कि कैसे गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से वो पेपर जो है वो खरीदा गया और उसके बाद कैसे अगले ही दिन सीकर जाकर वो पेपर जो है वो बेटे को दिया गया और बेटे के दोस्त को दिया गया, जिसके बाद जो मामला है वो प्रकरण प्रकाश में आया। और फ्रंट से आप देखेंगे घर के बाहर कच्ची पक्की सड़क और ये घर की बाउंड्री शुरू होती है और पीछे तक ये जो घर है वो आपको इसी तरीके से नजर आएगा। हालांकि अब क्राइम ब्रांच इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है और एसओजी ने जिस तरीके से इस पूरे मामले में दोनों को डिटेन किया था और उसी कड़ी में सीबीआई ने अब कस्टडी लेकर जिस तरीके से हैंडओवर किया गया इस पूरे मामले में, आखिरकार वो पहला शख्स कौन जिसके जरिए ये जो पूरा पेपर बाहर निकला, और उसी बेसिस पर आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो हर एंगल पर, हर राज्य तक पहुंचती हुई नजर आ रही है। मांगीवाल की पत्नी है?
हाँ, उनकी पत्नी।
क्या हुआ था? पुलिस जब आई थी तो कुछ बताया था क्यों उनको ले जा रहे हैं?
पुलिस का पता नहीं मेरे को, पुलिस आई थी कि कौन आई थी पता नहीं मेरे को, पुलिस आई थी कि कौन आई थी। 2 लोग आए थे पहले, तो आ गए थे घर पे, बोल रहे थे कि हमको मांगीलाल से मिलना है। उन्होंने कुछ बताया नहीं। मैंने पूछा मैं कि क्या बात है, कौन हो आप? कि हम उनसे मिलना है, हमको बुलाया उन्होंने मिलने के लिए। तो वो भी आए और सोते हुए मेरे हस्बैंड को, और फिर 2 आदमी आए पहले, तो फिर 10-15 लोग आ गए उनके साथ। मैं कि कौन हो, क्या है, क्या मामला है, बताओ तो सही हमको। तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया कि मैम बाद में बताएंगे, अभी हम इनको लेके जा रहे हैं। मैं कि आप कहाँ लेके जा रहे हो इनको? कि बाद में बताएंगे, अभी पता नहीं, हम कुछ बता नहीं सकते। कुछ नहीं बताया उन लोगों ने।
आरोप लग रहे हैं कि पेपर उन्होंने खरीदा, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर खरीदा, गुरुग्राम के यश यादव नाम के शख्स से पेपर खरीदा।
ये सब झूठी है, साजिश कर रहे हैं मेरे पति के खिलाफ। ये सब कुछ नहीं पता मेरे को इस चीज के बारे में।
आपके परिवार के दूसरे बच्चों ने भी नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया?
मेरे जेठ के 2 बच्चे।
Okay, protests seem to have broken out on the NEET issue across the country. We're getting these 2 pictures, one each from Kottayam in Kerala and Hyderabad. These are pictures from Kottayam in Kerala. SFI student leaders affiliated to the left carrying out these protests, and we have seen There are protests coming in from Kottayam in Kerala. These are activists of the Student Federation of India, left-wing organization, and of the Communist Party of India, and they are leading protests against Neet paper leak and the scam. The exam now countermanded, cancelled by the National Testing Agency. They are going to be announcing new dates, but the fact that the future of 2.3 million, 23 lakh students in limbo, yet again, year after year, has agitated the minds of the youth. All right, coming out of this now, but staying with Kerala, where we are seeing yet again delay happening on the issue of the leadership decision by the Congress-led UDF. The Chief Minister Rao, and the latest update is Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge will meet at 5:30 p.m., which is any time now, and following that, there will be an announcement on the Chief Minister's chair. Remember, the faction-ridden Congress party in Kerala is struggling to zero down on one leader despite having done a head count of supporters, despite having done all the lobbying. The fight remains between K.C. Venugopal, Ramesh Chennithala, and V.D. Satishan, and an outside player in Sunny Joseph, who is the KPCC president and has his own favorites. He has, of course, batted for K.C. Venugopal. Would the decision be made now, finally, almost after a week, since almost 10 days, in fact, after the results came out, giving clear verdict in favor of the Congress Muslim League combined? Shankar now joins us live for more on this. Shankar, crucial meeting of the Congress leadership between Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge at 5:30 p.m. What's the latest you can share from the ground? What's the buzz? Is it going to be K.C. Venugopal because he is seen as close to Rahul Gandhi?
Yes, it has become almost certain that a decision on the next CM of Kerala would come in a couple of minutes. The supporters of Ramesh Chennithala and V.D. Satishan are thronging to the houses of their leaders from 4 o'clock. Now we could see a huge crowd has been formed in front of the houses of all these leaders. You know, all these camps are very confident that the AICC will hopefully pick up their name for the CM post in the coming minutes. The 5:30 p.m. meeting of Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi is very crucial as the wait for the CM post in Kerala has been passing 10 days as the votes were counted on May 4th, and the people in Kerala and the people who voted for the UDF have been waiting for the next CM since then, and it was expected to come in the last week, but due to the internal divisions over the lobbying of supporters led to the delay in announcing the CM post, as High Command was planning to announce K.C. Venugopal as the next CM of Kerala, but there was intense lobbying and massive protests erupted across Kerala, demanding to appoint V.D. Satishan as the next CM. And but the Ramesh Chennithala camp was so silent, and he said whatever be the decision which the High Command take would satisfy him, and he said he told AICC that he is ready to accept any of the decision which would be taken on the CM post. And Ramesh Chennithala, only the camp of Ramesh Chennithala and his supporters remained calm, but the supporters of V.D. Satishan and even K.C. Venugopal engaged in a flex war by erecting flags across the state state, in the Nukan corner of the state, demanding to make their favorite candidate as the next CM. And there were instances, some supporters of both the leaders clashed with each other in some places, and there were flex posters affixed in front of the DCC office in all the districts, demanding to make VD Satishan and KC Venugopal as the next CM. And even today, some posters appeared on the walls of the DCC office in Wayanad district, warning Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi against the inordinate delay in taking a decision on the CM post. The posters were placed by some contest supporters, and they warned Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi not to come to Wayanad again seeking votes in the next assembly polls, as when the contest party was in a pathetic stage. It was Wayanad that helped him win the Lok Sabha seat in the last time after Rahul Gandhi's turn, when later Priyanka Gandhi won from Wayanad. Now the supporters of UDF and even the Congress party workers say don't come to Wayanad again without due to the delay, as they are much unhappy over the delay in taking a decision on the CM post. But in the coming minutes, there will be a decision.
That really shows how handicapped the Congress High Command seems to be, the kind of delay that's been happening 10th day today since the results came in. And Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge all said to me, thank you so much, Shankar, for that update. And with that, we move out of domestic news to some international one. All eyes on Beijing as US President Donald Trump lands in a few hours from now with a big entourage, which includes almost the entire top leadership of corporate America. And the focus would be on whether Trump, after all the bluff and bluster, is able to retrieve the relationship with a very silent Xi Jinping and bring the US-China rivalry out of the kind of Cold War that it's been and stabilize the relationship. Let's take a look at the details of President Trump's entourage and what's on the table.
The Trump-Xi summit is being closely watched by the global businesses as both sides attempt to stabilize economic ties after years of reciprocal tariffs, export restrictions and supply chain disruptions. A powerful delegation of US business leaders, including executives from Tesla, Apple, BlackRock and Boeing, is accompanying Donald Trump to Beijing, highlighting the growing role of corporate America in US-China diplomacy. Trade and technology are expected to dominate the talks, with artificial intelligence, semiconductor exports and rare earth supply chains now central to the economic rivalry between Washington and Beijing. The White House says both leaders could discuss creating a new board of trade and investment aimed at keeping communication open in key sectors such as energy, aviation and advanced manufacturing.
Trump is also coming with a number of CEOs. They will be discussing trade. Both sides have reached a sort of a trade truce since last fall that had prevented each one from imposing high tariffs. And the White House says that there's interest from both China and the U.S. in extending that trade truce. So that's something that will be discussed. They'll also be discussing an arms sale to Taiwan that the White House has approved but has not yet allowed to go through. The Chinese would rather see that not come to fruition. So,
for American companies, the summit also represents a major commercial opportunity, with firms like Boeing reportedly seeking new aircraft deals, while Tesla pushes for wider approval of its self-driving technology in China.
I think what China wants is really a statement from Trump categorically saying that the U.S. does not support the Taiwanese government from breaking away from China. And of course, in return, I think Trump will want China to place orders for 500 Boeing aircrafts. I think that is the deal that we are anticipating.
The visit comes as rising tensions in the Middle East and fears over oil supply disruptions are increasing pressure on global markets, making energy security another key business issue on the agenda.
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Despite a temporary tariff truce, deep divisions remain over Taiwan, AI competition and export controls. Still, investors and multinational companies are hoping the summit can prevent further escalation between the world's two largest economies.
Tonight on 7:30 Super Prime Time, we tell you how Prime Minister Modi is walking the talk with his war appeal, cutting down the size of his convoy to just about 2 cars, while other ministers follow suit. And on the Neet leak, Kejriwal tries to incite a Gen Z-like revolution within India. Getting you all the updates at 7:30 p.m. tonight with me, Ishita Mitra.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
अरे ये डिबेट विवेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है, तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना,
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं, रुंगटा स्टील टीएम की बात एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
More on the Neet cheat brothers, the Biwal brothers in Rajasthan, telling you about their links to the BJP and a photograph with the minister. The first ones to get the question paper, the guess papers of Neet for 30 lakh rupees. Air India trims international operations as even airlines start feeling the heat of the high jet fuel prices. Prime Minister Modi cuts down the size of his convoy. Most ministers, chief ministers asked to reduce their convoy size by at least 50%. Mulam Singh Yadav's son found dead in mysterious circumstances. Samajwadi Party MLA claims there could be foul play. The postmortem report and initial details suggest or hint at a cardiac arrest. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, on day one, first cabinet meeting, decides to introduce the Uniform Civil Code as a statement of intent in Assam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the live pictures coming in from APTN. It's the big Trump-Xi reset. Live pictures coming in from the Associated Press network as Donald Trump lands in China ahead of the critical meeting with Xi Jinping. That's Air Force One, and we are hearing that Elon Musk is also on board Air Force One and has landed in Beijing. The first meeting between the two leaders in almost a decade. US President Donald Trump and China's Xi Jinping will have a lot on their plate when they meet tomorrow morning, India time, 6 to 7 a.m. is when that handshake is expected. And they both will be meeting each other with a long list of pending issues, two of the largest economies in the world, number one and number two. Donald Trump has his task cut out. He's landed in Beijing in what is going to be a multi-day visit. the world's largest economies, the world's two largest economies, on how they take their trade relationship forward. Donald Trump has slapped tariffs on China. He's gone back and forth on the tariffs issue. So they will want to thrash that one out on the table when they meet in the next few days. Both countries, both leaders sharing rivalry on technology, on the size of their economy, on trade, and a whole range of issues are expected to be discussed, along with also the contentious issue of Taiwan. America has historically stood with Taiwan, even as China has more than 100 occasions in the last 1 month said that they would take over Taiwan at the first given opportunity. The timing of this meeting is interesting. It comes at a time when it's publicly known that China has been helping Iran in their war. In fact, most of the planes, and some reports put it at 39 planes that were lost by America in the Iran war, in the West Asia war. There are reports that have confirmed that Iran used the help of Chinese satellites to shoot down those planes in air bases from the skies. And that is why this important meeting gains all the more significance. And Trump is traveling to China with a large convoy and a large number of business leaders, top officials, who's who of the administration in America is with Donald Trump on Air Force One. And we also heard from Elon Musk. He's confirmed that he too will be getting off Air Force One in a few minutes from now. At least 12 business leaders on board. Tim Cook of Apple, Elon Musk also in Beijing as talks get underway. Ceremonial welcome expected. You can expect all the pomp and pageantry that you usually see with a summit of this scale. The last time a Donald Trump summit gained significance of this scale was when he met Vladimir Putin in Alaska. And that is why this meeting will be full of headlines. And we are getting you the live pictures. Donald Trump has landed in Xi Jinping, and there is a high-level delegation from China all set to welcome Donald Trump at the Beijing airport. And on tarmac, Xi Jinping will not be there, but the Chinese Vice President, Han Zheng. Han Zheng is expected to receive Donald Trump in Beijing on the tarmac. Han Zheng is widely seen as Xi Jinping's envoy for all big diplomatic events, and even attended Donald Trump's presidential inauguration. So he will be there to receive Donald Trump in a few minutes from now. A little more about the Chinese Vice President, Han Zheng. He's a retired member of the Politburo, which is the Communist Party's topmost decision-making body. So the senior level officials in this very senior engagement, senior level engagement between both countries. On the ground, you have the US Ambassador to China, David Perdue, and we're going through reports of who's who will be on the tarmac to receive the American President, David Perdue. His counterpart, the Chinese Ambassador to the US, Xi Feng. China's Executive Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ma Zhao. Okay, that's Donald Trump walking slowly, cautiously, down the stairs, waving. That's not a wave, that's a mini. Yeah, that's a Donald Trump waiting for the signal to ease. The pictures coming in from Beijing as he gets off Air Force One, and he's greeted by the Chinese Vice President to what is a huge welcome at the Beijing airport. That's the closest you can get to the delegation that is receiving Donald Trump on the tarmac.
Yeah, I got him.
Xi Jinping's deputy receiving Donald Trump as he gets off Air Force One. Han Zheng, that is Xi Jinping's deputy, the Vice President of China, and he's seen as the topmost official for all diplomatic affairs. He was also present in Washington, D.C. when Donald Trump was sworn in. Also present at the airport as we speak, as we look at the live pictures coming in, the U.S. Ambassador to China, David Perdue. His counterpart, the Chinese Ambassador to the U.S., Xi Feng. China's Executive Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ma Zhao. And the White House has confirmed that these will be some of the officials who will be receiving Donald Trump at the airport. That's the red carpet rolled out for the American president. Donald Trump arriving in China in Beijing to that red carpet welcome. The Chinese Vice President receiving Donald Trump on the tarmac. The ambassadors of both countries also on that red carpet. Suresh Kumar Goel is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Goel, good evening. Live pictures from Beijing. Would you call it a reset? Or would you call it an alteration to the very complicated ties that both countries enjoy?
I really don't know whether reset is or whether alteration is. I think essentially Trump has gone to Beijing to basically in the changing international order to see what kind of a relationship they can have with China in the new international order, what kind of trade, what kind of accommodation they can have. There are several issues that Trump is facing where he will actually require China to be on board in terms of the international situation. So I think it's going to be basically a kind of a visit where the Trump is going to see how far can China accommodate American sensitivity, and China is going to look at the USA in terms of what USA can do in terms of what China really needs globally and the region. So it's an exploratory kind of a thing where they will both want to see how far they can understand and accommodate each other.
Yes.
Okay.
So given the size of the delegations, the welcome and the messaging here, sir, all the top entrepreneurs, all the top businessmen, all the biggest companies from America were on board Air Force One with Donald Trump. So obviously the messaging is that they will want to open up to trade with China in a bigger way, isn't it?
Well, China, see, the way Chinese business operates, they may want to look at the American technology, the American market, but they don't really completely depend upon the American market. And therefore, while there is a considerable amount of American business which has gone now with President Trump, I really don't see if these visits are going to translate into huge amount of business. What America is looking at is whether there can be an international board of trade, there can be investment, what China can do in the USA. China will be looking at USA, whether they can reduce tariff, whether they can reduce the taxes, whether they can actually come and meet with the Chinese technological imports. So let us see. I don't really see that at the moment we can put in a lot of saying that yes, this is going to happen. Let us see what happens. It's an important visit. Trade is an important part. Iran is an important part. Chinese influence now in the Gulf and West Asia is an important part of the business. Therefore, let us see what happens. Too early to say anything.
Yes. Sir, do stay with me because I also have joining us on the broadcast. Okay. Now, while we do that, sir, meanwhile, getting in more details of the delegation. Those are live pictures, ladies and gentlemen. We're staying with the live pictures. These are live pictures of the beast just leaving the airport there, the tarmac. Vivek Mishra is also joining us on the phone line. He's the Deputy Director of Strategic Studies Program at the ORF, along with Lieutenant General Shankar, PR Shankar joining us live. But Mr. Mishra, if I can take one question from you and then go across to Lieutenant General Shankar. What would you look forward to from this key visit of the two leaders?
So I think, the primary aspect of this is economic because the sheer power pack of the delegation that Trump is taking along, the number of CEOs, the number of, the turnovers that he has capped in the Air Force One is really astounding. So I think he's really looking for a business breakthrough. In terms of investment, of course, this is quintessential Trump telling you that he's going to get more from China than China is going to get out from the United States. But I think we'll have to wait and see what comes out of this. There's certainly investments on the cards, and I think he will persuade China to buy whether it is beans or whether it is, the three Bs, which is businesses. China will in turn look for reduction of tariffs and technology and export controls and so on and so forth. So I think those are the key issues that will be mulled out. But I do see a sense of bilateral investments from both sides to the United States as well as to China.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. General Shankar, I mean, it's hard to take Donald Trump seriously, right? I mean, China's also the most controversial issue in America before elections. He spent 90% of his campaign accusing Joe Biden of being a Chinese agent almost. And at the same time, even Donald Trump knows he can't ignore China and the fact that perhaps somewhere it's affecting his economy. Sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot at the outset for inviting me on Republic. This is a crucial meet for USA and China, there's no doubt, because both of them are going through problems. Right? If I have to characterize this meet, it is as if it's on three T's: trade, tech, and Taiwan. Trade is probably the most important thing for both of them. Mr. Trump wants to sell soybeans to Beijing, or rather, Beijing should take the amount of soybeans he produces, because that affects his basic constituency. The agricultural constituency of the Midwest, who have to, he has to satisfy them. And then, of course, Boeing. He's hoping that he'll get a big deal for Boeing. And from, the tech point of view, if you look at it, China wants the H100 chips, all that. So there are a lot of things which are going on. And of course, Taiwan. Both of them seek a position on Taiwan. In fact, China would be pressurizing USA not to go soft on Taiwan, and that any arms sale to them should be through them and things like that. And they sense that Trump is not too serious on Taiwan, especially now that he's, entangled with Iran. They might also be sensing, look, we'll put pressure on Iran and you ease off on Taiwan, some kind of a deal there. So all this is there in the offing. Let us see where it goes. But one thing for sure, both the superpowers at this point of time are weak. You see that, US weak in the sense they're weak from to get any bargain, to get any great deal through. Trump and USA are mired in Iran, and they have to extricate themselves from there somehow with a sense of victory. On the other hand, Beijing had a lot of problems. They're economically then in a pretty bad state. Their latest demographic figures indicate that they're falling off a cliff, and they have internal military problems and political problems. So unlike the last time when they met, when both of them were vying for a position, It's not so now. It's not that thing that, look, it's a meet between USA and Beijing. It's not going to affect the whole world. Maybe some part of Middle East people will be looking forward to things. But I don't think it's such a great meet that is normally you expect it to be. So I think we'll see where it goes. He's just landed. Maybe later in the day, I think at about 10 o'clock or so, their time, they're going to meet in one of those fancy places, and then we'll see where it goes. Personally, also from Indian point of view, there's nothing much we gain out of it. Except that, look, both the superpowers have not been very great to India. We have not been able to trust them. There's a trust deficit with both. And we're not the outcomes really won't affect us the way I look at it. Back to you. Any more questions? I'm prepared to take them on.
Okay. Just stay with me. I also have Ambassador Deepak Vohra joining us on the phone line. Ambassador Vohra comes in the back of the war in West Asia. And the role that, of course, it was an American war, American-led war. You had China play a very silent role. And many call it China's war. That the real intent was to sort of squeeze China. So, we know the kind of role they played in backing Iran, giving tactical support, one that led to the destruction of many bases, perhaps. So, given that context, diplomatically, how do you see this visit over the next few days pan out, sir?
Well, thank you very much. No one trusts China, not even the Chinese fellows themselves. Now, Trump has gone there. I see a trilateral kind of arrangement being worked out. Russia, China, and the United States. The United States has already declared Venezuela as its 51st state. So they are going to be told. The Chinese don't give two hoots. They don't care two hoots. I could have used stronger language about Iran. The Chinese don't like it now. But they were doing it because it got America bogged down there. And plus, Iran was selling oil at heavily discounted prices to China. Nobody else was buying it, including us. Therefore, this was in China's interest. But now that Hormuz is closed and the American blockade is preventing Chinese ships, Chinese container vessels from going there and loading oil, I think China really is not interested anymore in Iran. So what's going to happen is that American tiger, Donald Trump, you can do what you want with Iran. Let me do what I want with Taiwan. And Shri Putin, you do what you want with Ukraine. I see this coming. Each country has its immediate interest. America is Iran, Taiwan is for China, and Ukraine is for Russia. So this is the kind of thing I'm seeing. Plus, who are the guys he has brought with him, Donald Trump? He's brought all those big tech companies, 15 or 16 CEOs, all of whom had been hurt by China. And he's going to make sure that these guys give it very clearly to the Chinese. So I have a feeling that this is a non-starter. They'll be talking at each other, not to each other. This will be a dialogue of the deaf. They'll talk, nobody will listen. There'll be a nice statement at the end. We had a free and frank exchange of views, which essentially in diplomacy means that we screamed at each other. So I would say that I'm not at all excited by this. It doesn't hurt us at all. It doesn't impact us at all. In fact, if anything, China is America's enemy number one. And probably if Trump begins to understand this after visiting China, he might have a different opinion of India because we are the one country that can take China head on.
Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador Vohra, and thank you, Lieutenant General Shankar, for joining us on this broadcast. Pictures that came in from Beijing. We'll take a break. Republic will be live through the night and early morning tomorrow as Donald Trump meets Xi Jinping in Beijing.
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, US President Donald Trump has already landed in Beijing for a two-day visit where a crucial meet with the Chinese president is set to take place tomorrow. Getting you all the updates on that after the headlines, let's take a quick look at the top headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Trump arrives in Beijing for talks with China's Xi Jinping on Iran war, trade and US arms sales to Taiwan. American businessmen including Elon Musk and Tim Cook joined Trump's China visit amid trade tensions between the two largest economies. Three church leaders killed after attack on their vehicles by unidentified assailants. Protests erupt across Manipur. Prime Minister Modi cuts down convoy size during domestic visits, urges EV inclusion. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour, Donald Trump's crucial two-day visit to China. Now, just a short while ago, he arrived at the Beijing airport. He was received by the Chinese Vice President Han, giving all the respect to the US President who is in China for 2 days. Now, he's set to take place a meeting with the Chinese President tomorrow. And there are several issues on the cards which the two leaders of the two largest economies in the world are going to be discussed. Now, this visit was already delayed due to the Iran war, so that is something that will come up between the discussions. You also have tariffs imposed by US on China, along with what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Those are the discussions that will likely take place between the two leaders as tomorrow President Trump meets the Chinese president. Now, it's a two-day visit. Several things are on the cards. You also have tariff tensions building up between the two economies, while there's Iran war going on in West Asia. Now, apart from that, there's also a tech race taking place between the two economies, and those are the issues that will be taken up this time. Now, remember, the last time President Trump visited China was in 2017, and during that time, he was interestingly received by a state councillor. So this time, both the countries, in fact, have started on a strong footing, as it was the Vice President of the China which came and received the US President. All right, now we're being joined by several guests on the broadcast, including Arnab, who's a political and economic expert. He's joining us live from Beijing. And we also have Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar. He's a strategic affairs expert. Thank you to both of you for joining us on Republic TV. Now, coming to you, Arnab, first. We are looking at a crucial meet which is set to take place tomorrow between President Trump and President Xi. How do you look at this visit, and also what is on the cards for the two leaders?
This is a very interesting meeting because there are several parts to it. One is, of course, Iran and the war that's there. Donald Trump said when he was on his travels that he didn't need China to help with the Iranian war, but then he said that he was going to have a long talk about Iran with Xi Jinping. The problem is that China does not control Iran, just like it does not control Russia, and therefore it'll be very, very difficult for Xi to actually do anything. His approach is to try to get a peace table going. He's supporting different countries who are coming forward with plans and saying that it has to be a group effort because the trust between Iran and the U.S. has been destroyed by breaking treaties and 2 attacks during peace talks that were going on. So that's one area. Then you get into the trade, which you were mentioning. The very, very important to Donald Trump, and especially, he needs to bring home some red meat to the American public. They're not very happy. 2 out of every 3 thinks that he made a mistake going into Iran and that it was not well planned. And of course, the elections are coming up, and he has the Epstein files. So he would dearly love to have something where he can declare victory. I believe that China will give him some things, but will also ask for things. It's going to be very transactional. I believe that not only China, but most countries believe this is the only way that you can deal with Trump. Big promises don't really matter, because it only matters to Trump what you've done for him today.
Right, Einar. In fact, I agree with you. And on this, we're also being joined by David K. Johnson, who's an investigative American journalist, joining us live from New York. Now, David, I want to ask you, this visit by President Trump to China comes at a time when there is a war underway in West Asia, which has certainly not gone in U.S. favor. So, and there's also a tech race building up between the 2 economies. So Trump certainly wants something solid to take back home. So how is the U.S. looking at this visit?
Well, Trump absolutely needs to have something he can declare. Look what a brilliant communicator and negotiator I am, which he's not a brilliant negotiator. He's going to want to sell American soybeans, and China may well say we'll buy some, but probably nowhere near the level that the U.S. was selling in the past, because they've made contracts now with Canada, Brazil, Australia to buy soybeans. He wants to sell Boeing aircraft. And he wants President Xi to step in and help him on the war in Iran. And in the long-term strategy of this, I don't see any reason for Xi, even if he could, to do something particularly helpful. Now, Iran sells about 70% of its oil to China. But China has been for years, and I've written about this over the years, building up enormous reserves of oil. It has 4 times the strategic petroleum reserve the United States has. And China has other options for buying oil. So it's much less damaged by this war, at least in the short or medium term, than, say, Vietnam, the Philippines, South Korea, Japan, which have only very brief storage capacity.
Right. Now, on this broadcast, we also have with us Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, who's with us. Lieutenant General, I want to ask you, there are certain red lines when it comes to the discussions that could take place between the U.S. President and his Chinese counterpart, and Taiwan is one of them. We've historically seen that Washington has pledged support for Taiwan, but of course for China, it is a no-go zone. So do you think such issues could also come up in these discussions?
Yeah, they will definitely come up. In fact, I would frame this meet as of 3 T's: trade, tech, and Taiwan.
All right.
But China will want some concessions on Taiwan from USA, which I don't think USA will give. But look, let me look at the broader picture. I've heard the other 2 guests speak. The way I look at it, or most of us from India look at it, this is just a bilateral meet. 6 months back or 8 months back, when Mr. Trump went to Busan and met, it was being billed as some kind of a G2 meet. I don't think it is so. It is just a bilateral meet between Mr. Trump and Mr. Xi Jinping. And both need a victory, because domestically both are beleaguered. If you look at Mr. Trump, he's beleaguered with the Iran crisis, the war, Epstein files, and he has a constituency where he has to sell soya beans to China. On the other hand, China has its own internal problems. Its economy is not doing well at all, and its demographic figures which has come out are quite alarming. And its military is in tremendous turmoil. So that indicates an internal political struggle in China. Let's not have any doubts about it. So they're looking at a mutual victory, somewhere what they can have come to some understanding with each other, and both can declare a victory and get away from it. Look, I also feel that, Iran, there'll be no major outcomes. as much as, China has got huge reserves and all that, but China is having its own problems. You can't compare China with Vietnam. Vietnam is a small country. It will have small reserves and that's it. China is a huge country. It's a manufacturing nation. It needs much more. Its requirements are much more. So to that extent, I don't think China has not been affected by this whole thing. And especially look at it, after Venezuela, they lost a significant supply. Source, line from Venezuela. Now it is Iran. 2 major lines closed at depreciated prices. Now whatever they have to buy from, it will be from an open market post this whole story. So I don't think China is in a very great position as far as the Iran war is concerned. As much as US wants to get out of the Iran war, China is on the horns of a dilemma. It would like to see the Iran war finish so that it can get on with a whole lot of things. It's not only fuel, it's also sulfur and sulfuric acid, it's also helium. And it has already started getting oil from dependency, it's increased on USA, right? So I think there is both of them want to seek a way out. We shouldn't get the idea that, Mr. Z has a upper hand or Trump has a upper hand. I think both are at even keel. I call them today the beleaguered superpowers, and they have to, come to some deal together for a face-saving thing. That's why I said it's not a great deal. It's just a bilateral meet. Back to you.
All right, so Einar, David K. and Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, thank you to all three of you for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your analysis on this big, crucial meet that's set to take place between the US President and his Chinese counterpart tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. All right, viewers, now Assam is all set to become the latest state to move towards implementing a uniform civil code. Now, Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa, in fact, on day one, has announced that the state cabinet has already decided to introduce the UCC bill on May 26. Now, the BJP government says that the move is aimed at ensuring equality, justice, while the opposition has accused the government of the day for pushing a politically sensitive agenda. Here are more details on the story. Take a look. Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sharma announced that the state government will introduce the Uniform Civil Code Bill on May 26th. The announcement comes after a cabinet meeting where the Assam government approved the proposal to bring a UCC framework for the state.
I think UCC is a part of our election manifesto. So every point, not only UCC, whatever we have mentioned in our election manifesto, will try 100% to implement each and every word we have mentioned in manifesto, including UCC.
Speaking on the decision, the Chief Minister said Assam is committed to ensuring equal civil laws for all citizens, adding that the bill would focus on justice, equality and legal uniformity.
In the first cabinet meeting chaired by Assam's Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sharma after swearing in as the Chief Minister of the state on May 12, the cabinet today decided to introduce the Uniform Civil Code in the upcoming assembly session, which will commence on 21st of May and will go on till May 26th. Speaking to the media, Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sharma said that the cabinet today approved the draft bill of the Uniform Civil Code and it will be introduced in the assembly on May 26th.
The BJP government has maintained that the Uniform Civil Code is aimed at removing disparities in personal laws governing marriage, divorce, inheritance and adoption across different communities. Now, Assam's move comes after Uttarakhand, which became the first state in independent India to pass a uniform civil code legislation, intensifying the national debate over the issue. While the BJP has projected the UCC as a step towards gender justice and constitutional equality, opposition parties have accused the government of attempting to polarize voters ahead of the upcoming political battles. The proposed legislation is expected to trigger intense political debate both inside and outside the Assam Assembly, with several organizations already preparing to either support or oppose the bill. With Assam now formally moving towards introducing the Uniform Civil Code, all eyes will be on Assembly session beginning May 26th, where the proposed legislation is expected to spark a major political showdown. All right, viewers, now moving on to what's happening in the state of Kerala. Now, posters carrying messages against Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra surfaced outside the Wayanad district. Now, Congress Committee Office, and today this happened amid a delay in naming the next Kerala Chief Minister despite the Congress-led UDF sweeping victory in the state. Now, here's more on this story. Take a look.
Even before the Congress announces its chief minister face in Kerala, an open revolt is now brewing inside the party. Posters targeting Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra have appeared in Wayanad, warning the Congress High Command against backing KC Venugopal for the top post. The posters carry sharp messages saying Kerala will never forgive the Gandhi sibling if Venugopal is imposed as the chief minister. Some even warn that Wayanad will become the next Amethi, a direct political message aimed at Rahul Gandhi, who earlier represented the constituency. Alongside Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, the current MP from Wayanad, has also been dragged into the controversy as internal Congress factions continue to battle over the CM face.
Amid the tussle over the CM post in Kerala, some posters appeared on the walls of the DCC office in Wayanad district. The posters warn Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka not to come to Wayanad again in the next elections seeking votes. The posters further warned them that they will not win again in Wayanad Assembly constituency. You know, these posters clearly show the disagreement of the common party workers and the state leadership of the Congress against the ongoing chief minister selection process.
The political flashpoint comes at a time when KC Venugopal is emerging as a frontrunner in the chief ministerial race with reported backing from a majority of MLAs and senior party leaders. But on the ground, resistance against Venugopal continues to grow, particularly from Satishan camp, which claims the leader of opposition led the party's fight against the LDF for 5 years. Even key UDF allies, including IULM, are said to be more comfortable with VD Satishan, adding to the pressure on the Congress High Command. For a party that has just returned to power in Kerala with a massive mandate, the biggest challenge now may not be the opposition, but managing its own internal factions.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up after a short break, Donald Trump lands in Beijing for a 2-day visit. American businessmen, including Elon Musk and Tim Cook, accompany the US president.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपू ही तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है।
but I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी. डिबेट यानी विवाद. भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन. इसमें भरोसा रखता है.
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है.
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread. You have to be in very close contact with someone who's very sick, who has a lot of symptoms. This hantavirus, if it's spreading from person to person, seems to be in that latter. Health officials say the general public does not need to be worried about hantavirus. It's still rare. Officials are saying this.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये इनजस्टिस, ये कॉन्स्पिरेसीज, ये मैनिपुलेशन, अगर आप इसको टेररिज्म नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल। This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous. If Beijing stops buying from Iran to please the United States, it will immediately move to the Russian and Saudi Arabian markets to replace those 1.5 million barrels. India currently relies on Russia for nearly 40% of its total oil imports. If a giant like China suddenly moves its massive buying power into the Russian market, the special discounts
Welcome back, friends. In today's Our Global, we cover the Beijing talks between the United States President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping as global markets watch for signs of stability in strained economic ties. With trade, technology and energy security on the agenda, amid a temporary tariff truce, investors are closely tracking where the summit can ease tensions between the world's two largest economies. In our second story, we look at Iran's worsening economic crisis, where inflation, currency pressure and sanctions are driving up the cost of living and squeezing household incomes. Despite government support measures, many Iranians say daily life has become increasingly difficult, with rising prices and shrinking real wages hitting workers, small businesses and gig workers the hardest. And then, at the end, we'll cover European energy ministers meet in Cyprus as tensions in the Strait of Hormuz disrupt global oil and gas flows, pushing up fuel prices. Talks focused on stabilizing markets, securing supplies, and easing costs for consumers, including possible windfall taxes on energy firms. Let's begin with the headlines. Markets on the edge as Trump and Xi meet in Beijing for high-stakes talks on tariffs, tech rivalry, and fragile trade truce amid global economic uncertainty. Economic strain deepens in Iran as inflation, sanctions, and currency pressure drive a sharp cost of living surge in Tehran, leaving households and workers struggling for common necessities. Lavrov says Russia will fully honor energy supply commitments to India, rejecting external pressure and asserting that bilateral energy ties will remain stable. EU energy ministers meet in Cyprus to address surging fuel prices and supply concerns as tensions in the Strait of Hormuz disrupt global oil flows and raise fears of prolonged economic strain across Europe. All right, let's begin with a breaking news development, in fact, coming in from Philippines. And reports say gunshots rung out outside the Filipino Senate, where authorities have tried to arrest a senator. These shots were fired inside the Filipino Senate in Manila. And the raid is underway to arrest Senator De La Rosa, an ICC fugitive. Gunfire inside the parliament being reported in Philippines. The country is on the edge of a constitutional crisis, and those gunshots were reported inside the Manila Senate building. Entrance door breached, media evacuated. And the suspect happens to be, these are pictures coming in, first pictures on Republic of a live police action panning out inside the Filipino Senate in Manila, where one senator seems to be a suspect by the name of De La Rosa. They were last seen on 5th floor, and shots fired in the Senate as a raid is being carried out to arrest the suspect senator, who's also identified as an ICC fugitive. These are pictures coming in live of the police action, and we can see security measures being put in place. Senate of the Philippines, as it says in the pictures, and the security cordon thrown around the building. And the senator was found or last seen on the 5th floor. CCTV monitoring being done even as the security personnel carry out a swoop-down operation to arrest the suspect who has fired some gunshots. No reports of injuries till now.
Hi, Chief. Any comment po? Any comment, sir? Comment na, sir. May putukan? Ano nangyari?
All right, De La Rosa has a warrant against her, and the warrant was unsealed by the International Criminal Court on Monday. That led to this shootout panning out inside the Philippines Senate in Manila. Moving out of that and on to our story and the focus, which is President Trump's ongoing visit now, to Beijing, China. Global markets closely tracking that high-stakes meeting that is going to take place between Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping tomorrow, as both sides look to stabilize strained economic ties after years of tariffs, export controls, and supply chain disruptions. With a temporary trade truce holding for now, the summit is expected to focus on trade, technology, and energy security, while major U.S. CEOs accompany the president, underscoring the strong commercial stakes in the relationship between the world's two largest economies.
The Trump-Xi summit is being closely watched by the global businesses as both sides attempt to stabilize economic ties after years of reciprocal tariffs, export restrictions, and supply chain disruptions. A powerful delegation of US business leaders, including executives from Tesla, Apple, BlackRock, and Boeing, is accompanying Donald Trump to Beijing, highlighting the growing role of corporate America in US-China diplomacy. Trade and technology are expected to dominate the talks, with artificial intelligence, semiconductor exports, and rare earth supply chains now central to the economic rivalry between Washington and Beijing. The White House says both leaders could discuss creating a new board of trade and investment aimed at keeping communication open in key sectors such as energy, aviation, and advanced manufacturing.
Trump is also coming with a number of CEOs. They will be discussing trade. Both sides have reached a sort of a trade truce since last fall that had prevented each one from imposing high tariffs. And the White House says that there's interest from both China and the U.S. in extending that trade truce. So that's something that will be discussed. They'll also be discussing an arms sale to Taiwan that the White House has approved but has not yet allowed to go through. The Chinese would rather see that not come to fruition.
For American companies, the summit also represents a major commercial opportunity, with firms like Boeing reportedly seeking new aircraft deals, while Tesla pushes for wider approval of its self-driving technology in China.
I think what China wants is really a statement from Trump categorically saying that the U.S. does not support the Taiwanese government from breaking away from China. And of course, in return, I think Trump will want China to place orders for 500 Boeing aircrafts. I think that is the deal that we are anticipating.
The visit comes as rising tensions in the Middle East and fears over oil supply disruptions are increasing pressure on global markets, making energy security another key business issue on the agenda.
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Despite a temporary tariff truce, deep divisions remain over Taiwan, AI competition and export controls. Still, investors and multinational companies are hoping the summit can prevent further escalation between the world's two largest economies.
From Trump to Tehran, Iran's economy is coming under growing strain as conflict in the Persian Gulf and mounting sanctions fuel inflation and drive up the cost of living. While Tehran insists it can withstand outside pressure, many ordinary Iranians say soaring prices, shrinking incomes and economic uncertainty are making daily life increasingly difficult. Let's look at how's life like in Tehran.
Tehran's markets are still stocked, but for many Iranians, everyday essentials are slipping out of reach. Inflation, currency pressure and wartime disruption are squeezing household purchasing power across the capital.
متاسفانه وضع اقتصادی بسیار بده، یعنی یک قشری هستن به هر حال اینا درآمدشون خب کمه دیگه، با توجه به این درآمد کم اصلا نمیتونن زندگیشون رو با اون چیز جوری که باید و شاید بچرخونن. این خیلی سخته، مخصوصا اونایی که مستاجر هستن که دیگه با مصیبت هاست.
Economists warn Iran is facing a deep cost of living crisis. Sanctions, supply chain disruptions and damage to infrastructure are accelerating price in food, transport and consumer goods. Taxi drivers say incomes are collapsing in real terms as fuel, rent and vehicle maintenance costs surge. Many workers now rely on multiple jobs just to stay above subsistence level.
ببینید ما خیلی اقلام مثلا جنسی رو که برای خونه نیاز داریم خیلیشون اصلا دیگه دورشون خط قرمز کشیدیم دیگه اصلا دنبال اونا نمیریم ولی چیزایی که مثلا ضروریه مثلا فرض بفرمایید که نون و سیب زمینی و حالا تخم مرغ هم که دیگه اصلا نمیشه بخریم.
The government has raised wages and expanded subsidy programs, but analysts say liquidity injections are also feeding inflationary pressure and weakening consumer confidence. Iran's confrontation with the United States in the Persian Gulf is adding further economic uncertainty. Concerns over the Strait of Hormuz are rattling global energy markets and increasing pressure on Tehran's economy. For younger workers, the crisis is becoming a question of survival rather than savings. Delivery riders and gig economy workers describe delayed wages, rising rents and shrinking financial security.
والا الان که درآمد اقتصادی خیلی درآمد داغونیه اصلا پول در نمیاد باید به سختی پول در بیاری من خودم شخصا الان دارم 2 تا شغل انجام میدم هم دارم دستفروشی میکنم هم دارم بازاریابی تپسی میکنم بازاریابی تپسی به این صورته که هر موتوری که ثبت نام کنی 500,000 تومان میدن ولی تقریبا الان 1 ماهی هستش که ما هنوز پولی دریافت نکردیم فقط کار کردیم.
All right, we are getting a breaking news development, in fact, connected with Prime Minister Modi's upcoming visit to the United Arab Emirates. It gains significance in the backdrop of the appeal made by Prime Minister to tighten the belt, because we are looking at a period of uncertainty insofar as fuel supplies are concerned. In fact, during the visit of Prime Minister to UAE, a very short one, on his way to Europe, one of the key areas of focus will be energy security. And two important MOUs in the areas of LPG and strategic petroleum reserves are likely to be concluded. This is going to be a short one, but a very important, crucial one, given the fact that we are facing a veritable fuel crisis panning out not just for India, but for around the world. And even as we stay on fuel crisis, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said that Russia will fully honor all energy supply agreements with India, insisting that cooperation between the two countries will continue despite what he called unfair external competition, and adding that India's energy interests will not be affected under any circumstances. Reassuring words coming in there from the Russian Foreign Minister, who's in New Delhi tomorrow to participate in the BRICS Foreign Ministers Summit. That's going to have foreign ministers of 11 countries participating. BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting happening parallelly even as President Xi Jinping does a tango with US President Donald Trump. All right, while energy is a concern for us, it's also for Europe. Their energy worries are deepening amid the ongoing blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, like for the rest of the world, a crucial shipping lane through which nearly 1/5 of the world's oil and gas supplies pass. Meeting in Cyprus, the European energy ministers are now scrambling to contain the fallout of the soaring fuel prices, along with growing fears of long-term economic disruption.
The energy crisis triggered by tensions in West Asia are now sending shockwaves across Europe. The EU's energy ministers gathered in Nicosia, Cyprus for urgent talks aimed at tackling surging fuel prices linked to the ongoing blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The narrow waterway remains one of the world's most critical energy routes, carrying approximately 20% of global oil and gas supplies. Opening the meeting, Cyprus Energy Minister Michael Damianos warned that the situation remained critical, while also saying that the EU is focused on safeguarding economic and energy security.
Under our motto, an autonomous union open to the world, we are focused on safeguarding Europe's economic and energy security, as well as energy affordability for people, businesses and industry, while remaining open to the world and firmly grounded in a shared European values. Today's discussions are aligned with that mission. We aim to deliver a resilient energy system capable of withstanding external shocks while ensuring that energy remains affordable.
Cyprus currently holds the European Union's rotating presidency, placing it at the center of EU's emergency response discussions. Spanish Ecological Transition Minister Sarah Agustin revealed that 5 European countries have written to the European Commission backing a windfall tax on excess profit earned by energy companies.
We need to have a balanced approach between consumers and industries that are suffering from this crisis and companies that probably they are having an extra profit in this current situation. So we want to see the balance there.
The ministers also posed for a family photograph before beginning closed-door discussions, which are expected to focus on energy resilience, price stabilization, and market intervention, among others. As fears grow over prolonged instability in West Asia, Europe now faces difficult challenge of securing energy supplies while preventing another major living cost for millions across the continent.
All right, Russia has carried out a successful test, or rather retest or launch of its new nuclear-capable ICBM, the Sarmat, one of the most powerful weapons in Moscow's arsenal. President Vladimir Putin hailed the launch as a major milestone in modernizing Russia's nuclear forces, claiming the missile can bypass all existing missile defense systems and strike targets across the globe. Remember, the development comes with the continuing standoff between Russia and the West over the ongoing Ukraine war.
Russia has successfully tested its latest heavy intercontinental ballistic missile, the RS-28 Sarmat. It is the next-generation nuclear-capable weapon designed to replace the aging Soviet-era missile, also known as Satan in the West. The launch was conducted by Russia's strategic missile forces, and the missile met all technical and combat specifications during the test.
Товарищ Верховный Главнокомандующий, сегодня в 11 часов 15 минут ракетными войсками стратегического назначения проведен пуск новейшей тяжелой жидкостной межконтинентальной баллистической ракеты «Сармат». Пуск успешный, задача пуска выполнена. По результатам испытаний подтверждена правильность заложенных конструкторских и технологических решений, а также реализуемость ракетным комплексом заданных характеристик.
President Putin personally praised the launch, describing the Sarmat as the world's most powerful missile system. He claimed its destructive capability exceeds that of any Western equivalent by more than 4 times.
Во-первых, это самый мощный ракетный комплекс в мире, не уступающий по мощности стоящему у нас на вооружении ракетному комплексу «Воевода», как только что было сказано, еще советского производства. Суммарная мощность доставляемого боезаряда более чем в 4 раза превышает мощность любого существующего самого мощного западного аналога.
Putin also said the missile can travel not only along a traditional ballistic path but also on a suborbital trajectory, giving it a range of over 35,000 kilometers and the ability to evade existing and future missile defense systems. He announced the Sarmat missile will officially enter combat duty by the end of this year.
Во-вторых, и это главное, ракета может двигаться не только по баллистической, но и по суборбитальной траектории, что, в-третьих, позволяет обеспечить дальность применения свыше 35 тысяч километров с одновременно улучшенными в 2 раза характеристиками по точности. И, наконец, с возможностью преодоления всех существующих и перспективных систем противоракетной обороны. В конце текущего года «Сармат» действительно будет поставлен на боевое дежурство.
The announcement comes amid continued nuclear rhetoric from Russia since the beginning of the Ukraine war in 2022. Putin has repeatedly warned the West against increasing military support to Kyiv, while Russia accelerates efforts to modernize its strategic nuclear arsenal. With the Sarmat set to become operational soon, concerns are now likely to grow globally over a renewed nuclear arms race between Russia and the West.
Well, a lot happening around the world, but this is all what we could pack for you in 20 minutes in our global. Short break. Coming up on the other side, this is exclusive.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
आई का ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है। अरे राष्ट्रीय इलायची, जश्न का जश्न।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बना है चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे की ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है, आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping, while the news might focus on
Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, on This Is Exclusive. We're coming to you with an exclusive story on the Neet cheat. We have gone deep inside the groups that cheated students. We have the full details. We're getting you all the details, the audio tapes, the videos, and how they sold these question papers for lakhs of rupees. Here are the headlines on This Is Exclusive. All about the Neet cheat brothers. That's where it all started. Mangilal, Dinesh, the brothers who bought the Neet question papers for 30 lakh rupees and then sent it to everyone across the country. Republic infiltrates the Neet cheat groups. We are inside those groups. We'll tell you how papers were marketed. Five accused arrested, all on the masterminds, straight from Nasik to Pune to Sikar, in Rajasthan to Jaipur. We join the dots, get you the faces. Donald Trump lands in Beijing for the Trump-Xi summit. The big reset between America and China expected. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting in some breaking news right now, and this is exclusive. Before we go across to our story, which is exclusive this evening, Amul has hiked milk prices by 2 rupees per litre across the country, effective the 14th of May. Now, this is big, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to affect every household in India. This will have an impact on every household in India, and this will cause a dent, of course, in finances of homes across the country. 2 rupees per litre, that's the increase, and this could have a cascading effect. Now, if milk prices are increased, the prices of all byproducts will also automatically increase. Now, we are seeing this situation also coming at a time when the Prime Minister has asked for conservation of fuel. When we are seeing not really austerity, but measures being taken to conserve fuel, to use lesser fuel. And we will be seeing more such announcements perhaps, because we are seeing different industries make announcements as a result of the stress on the fuel reserves in India. The cost of fuel has increased. Commercial fuel, commercial LPG has increased, and as fuel prices increase, we may be in for a bigger shock perhaps. We had some more announcements come in. For example, Air India decided to cut down their international operations because of the increased jet fuel prices, and Amul has now decided to increase fuel prices by at least 2 rupees across the country. Essential goods could get costlier as a result of the fuel emergency. It's not really an emergency yet, but the fuel crunch in India. There is a huge possibility. Amul has decided that fuel prices will be increased by 2 rupees per litre, maybe much more in thicker variants of milk. This is what we are hearing. We wanted to get that detail right on top of 7 p.m. Amul Cooperative has confirmed that this particular price rise will be effective across the country starting tomorrow. And 2 rupees per litre, that's at the basic variant of milk. 2 rupees per litre, and it goes much more. In fact, in different variants, 500 ml, which used to cost 28 rupees earlier. This is the packeted milk, will now cost 29 rupees. 1 litre packeted milk, which was 55, will now cost 57 rupees. Similarly, Tetra packs, which earlier costed 63 rupees, will cost 66 rupees. That's how the price rise for milk will play out, will affect most households in India. And this is not good news. Essential commodities could become costlier in the days to come. As a result of the war, as a direct fallout of the West Asia crisis, Amul has decided that it is increasing milk prices starting the 14th of May, ladies and gentlemen. Ishita is joining us in just a few seconds on Republic TV. Ishita, we are seeing the stress being felt across different industries, across the board. Because if milk prices are increased, the cost of food will obviously increase. Essential commodities, essential food items. We're seeing the stress also being felt by the airline industry, right? This is going to have a cascading effect across the board. Ishita.
All right, Niranjan, so that's the latest we're picking up as far as Amul price hike goes now. Amul, in fact, has hiked its price by 2 rupees per litre, and this will be happening across several states and union territories. So across the length and breadth of the country, this move will be implemented. It will come into effect from May 14th. So that's the latest we're picking up. The price of milk will now be hiked by rupees 2 per litre. So essentially what was costing somewhere around, let's say, 24 will now be costing about 26 as far as the price hike goes for milk. Now, this will be effective from May 14th across India. This means that the price hike will come into effect across the length and breadth of the country from May 14th. Now, it is a big move, in fact, coming in because it's not a small hike that's taken place. Usually when the price hike happens, it's usually something about per paisa. The proportion is considerably less, but this time it's about 2 rupees per litre. The hike is, in fact, considerate. It has come in and it will be coming into effect from May 14th across India. That's the latest we are picking up. It's still a developing news, so more details will be coming in, which will put into context this hike that has been brought in by Amul. But right now the price hike is around 2 rupees per litre across the length and breadth of the country. It will be effective from May 14th.
Okay, thank you for that. Supply chain disruptions ongoing due to the West Asia war have impacted the prices of daily essentials like groceries, medicines, LPG cylinder, other commodities. And experts have been warning in the last few weeks and months that an extended war would only mean that a runaway inflation effect across the world, including in India. We've seen the impact of it on the airline industry. We've seen the impact on it on essential goods, food items, and all of which are likely to get much more costlier. India imports about 60% of its LPG needs, and a large chunk of it comes through the Hormuz. And as we face a fuel crunch in India, this could be the beginning, perhaps, of more such shocks to come across the board. Amul, the first to announce a price hike in the price of milk. It's now up by 2 rupees per litre.
And let's go across to Mr. Shankar Thakkar on the phone. Mr. Thakkar, this is going to have a cascading effect, isn't it?
Definitely. In recent past, already the company of milk has increased their prices frequently, and now in this crisis period they have increased 2 rupees once again. So this is a nightmare for the Indian public.
Yeah. No, but we're already seeing, in fact, some vegetables, fruits, pulses, edible oils. Some estimates show that the prices have gone up almost 5% since March.
Yeah.
And that's not good news. It could only get worse, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Because already there is crisis of LPG, and now they are increasing milk. So public who is not get money up to their belongings, how to survive? This is a very crucial period. The company have to decide first what they're doing. This is good for Indian public or not.
Yes. In fact, you've already had the government take a few measures. Gold, silver import duties have been increased. That's to, of course,